So our first presenter that we have is Dr. Lawrence Chatters. He is a returning speaker for us. He always does such a fantastic job. He currently serves as the Senior Vice President of Strategic Initiatives and Capacity at the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, where he leads national efforts to strengthen the institutional capacity of universities across the country. And previously, he was with UNL and Husker Athletics. And so he will give you a further background on himself. And please welcome Dr. Chatters. Well, is this or
Check.
yeah?
Awesome. Okay, so thank you so much for that great introduction. I really appreciate it. I also want to thank Kim for reaching out and getting me squared away with what it's been talking to you all about today. I'm really excited to be here today. And, you know, I had to ask the question, and you'll get a chuckle out of this, and you'll notice that I use a lot of comedy in the work that I do because I think we have to laugh sometimes, right? Otherwise, we're going to cry. But I had to ask the question, why are we videoing this today? And where is this going to go to? I had to ask that question today. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. Okay. Now, the reason I asked that question specifically today is just that we're living in interesting times. And, if you're a history person like myself, you probably remember the time of McCarthyism when there was this sweeping concept of the country. Well, you may not remember it because you heard it, depending on how old you are, right? But there's this kind of concept now that the topic that we're going to be covering today is somehow problematic. And I wanted to start out by saying that, it is problematic. And I'm going to define what I mean by that. I mean that it is a problem to not fully consider every aspect of a person when you're dealing with them. Because we as human beings are incredibly unique. We all come from certain places. We experience certain things. We've gone through different things that have shaped our lives that help to determine how we show up in the spaces. And so it is a problem that for the longest time within our society here in the United States specifically, we weren't really even considering a lot of those dimensions. We were just really kind of taking a one size fits all approach. So you made that problem. Now, the way that the movement developed and how some things changed over the course of the movement, if you will, those things became somewhat problematic too. And so I want you to understand that I stand in front of you to talk about these ideas today from a perspective of understanding these things deeply from my own journey, but also recognizing some of the challenges that existed in the space prior to us getting to where we are right now. And there's been an acceleration of that since January of 2025. So the first and foremost thing I wanted to do today, after thanking you all and giving you this concept, is I want to read you this quote. Because as I said, I love history, bit of a history nerd. And so I wanted to read this to you because I think this is what we're up against. This is from a speech at Abbott at Rice University on September 12th, 1962. It was President John F. Kennedy. And he said, "We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win, and the others too." And I wanted to start with that quote because, first of all, it's a really powerful quote. We choose to go to the moon. You don't choose to go to the moon. That was a very full thing too. And they made it right before the decade was over. I know they were really scrambling for that. July 24, 1969, they were getting pretty close to getting past the decade, right? Apollo 11, right? The famous words, "That's one small step for man, one large leap for mankind." So when we think about just how challenging it was during that decade to get there. And again, not only am I a history nerd, I'm also a phaser, two-sided as well, started with that. But there was so many things that happened as a result of shooting for that goal, right? Getting to the moon was the objective, but all the things that happened in between were a result of trying to do something extraordinary. So I start today telling you that what you all are seeking to do and considering people from more of a holistic perspective and being considerate of who people are, it creates spaces that people feel like they belong in. That is a pretty large goal. And to be honest with you, not many people get there because it's hard, because we're human beings. We're so unique. We come from different places. We experience different things. You can't possibly know everything about everybody that walks through your door. And you can't expect anyone to know everything about you. However, it is the goal of getting there that is going to generate a significant amount of conversation and consideration and different perspectives that we're going to learn about. And that, in and of itself, is worth the journey, right? So that's where we're starting from today, okay? We're starting from this concept that first and foremost, on the reason of being here today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my values and why this work is so important to me. And I'm going to lay out for you a step-by-step philosophy behind the idea of radical hospitality. It is knowing your customer, serving your customer to the best of your ability. It's beating their expectations. And, one of the restaurants that I think that tries to really get ahead of folks and do what they want them to do and ask the right questions and everything else, as problematic as some of the other aspects of their business are, I'll go ahead and put that out there, I think it's Chick-fil-A, okay? You go through their drive-through, they try to maximize it so that you can send money quickly at toss, right? There's always a special. They'll start with, do you want this? And then after you say, thank you, what do they say? My pleasure, right? It's a very odd thing to say when somebody says, hey, you say my pleasure, right? It's like, that's what hospitality is. And at core, hospitality is treating someone above their own expectations. Hospitality at its core is treating someone above their own expectations. I didn't expect you to know that about me, but you did, and you were able to serve me higher than my expectations. It's pretty amazing, right? When you walk into your favorite coffee shop and they say, hey, Sally, good to see you this morning. Mocha latte with a little bit of the chocolate drizzle on it. Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I need. Above your expectation, you didn't even have to tell them what your order was. They knew, right? So as we talk about radical hospitality today, I want you to think about serving someone above their expectations, not your expectations, their expectations. But how do you know what somebody's expectations are? Where those start, where those end, all those different things today. So we'll talk about all that today as well. So just to give you a little background on me, she mentioned a little bit about my current role. I work for the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. I think I'm in great company. You all know who Thurgood Marshall is. Some spaces I'm in, people don't know who Thurgood Marshall is. But just in case you don't, first African-American Supreme Court Justice, RU Board, Rounders Board of Education, absolutely amazingly Omaha, could have just quote and bring up precedented cases like at the drop of a dime. Extremely brilliant man, right? Had to fight through significant, substantial challenges just to get to where he was. And all he could think about the whole time was how to help other people get to where they needed to go to. So I'm so happy to work for an organization that is the namesake of such a brilliant mind who did so much to help, specifically did so much to help integrate the school citizens and make sure that the separate but unequal one's going to turn into the future. And the organization I work for, they provide scholarships for students across the country, all kinds of students to attend historically Black colleges and universities, historically Black community colleges, and predominantly Black institutions. because those spaces that traditionally had challenges of enrollment and other issues and everything, those organizations, by the way, had never been discriminatory. They haven't been able to put any of those things in place because it would just see the end of those organizations. All we've had to invite everyone to be in those space. And so it's great to work for that organization. Currently working on a grant, that's $25 million grant, and I'm organizing and putting everything together. We get to provide funding to our schools to help them build their capacity. So I'm currently overseeing that grant, and it's been unique to be in that space. I was telling someone earlier, I'm almost to my 90 days. Like tomorrow is my 90 days in this job. And so long as I don't get a call today and get fired, I think I should be all right. Um, but the other cool part about my job is that even though the Bergen Marsh College Fund is based in Washington, D.C., I get to work remote. And that's to the unique currently too. For any of you, towards we had that experience during COVID when I think everybody got a taste of working remote, but my job is remote. And so, I do have a department of 5 people, but we all, not all of us, most of them live in the Eastern time zone. I live here in Nebraska. Um, so it's just interesting trying to schedule things and get on Zooms and all the rest of that. But I'm trying to get used to it. And I tell people I'm a recovering athletic administrator. And the reason I say that is because there's nothing remote about athletics. In athletics, you have to be there and you have to be there all the time. Coaches are all the time. They're tasked with winning. And so you really have to constantly be present. And I've never really seen anybody score a remote touchdown or make a remote basket or 3-pointer. You have to be there, right? So I just had gotten out of athletics. And then after that, I worked in chancellor's office at the University of Nebraska Lincoln. And being in a chancellor's office, if you've been in academia, that's also not one of those remote things. You just actually have to be in the space too, just in case Kansas need you so that she would need her, right? So working from home has been an adjustment for me. Now, I'll take you all back a little bit. My background is in psychology. So today I am going to talk about some of the psychological concepts behind these things that we are faced with as far as trying to figure out how we serve the candidate we serve to the best of our ability. I will talk about some of the psychological concepts behind those things. But why did I get into psychology in the first place? I have a PhD in psychology, I have a master's in psychology, and I also have an undergrad in psychology. So I knew exactly what I wanted to do when I went into college, and I just stayed on the path all the way through. There was twists and turns, ups and downs on that path, but I definitely knew exactly what I wanted to do. The reason I got into psychology is because I wanted to help people. That was like my main objective when I was young. And tell you a little bit personally about myself. I was born with a couple different things that were challenges in the world. But fortunately, they weren't seen as such by my parents, but they were challenges. So I was born with pretty significant vision disability. It's called legal blindness. And so I was born with that, but I was also born with a condition called albinism, which basically means that, I don't really have a lot of pigment in my skin or my eyes. And that does cause additional complications and challenges. And so being born with albinism and being also born legally blind, I had a few different, options from a young age that I could have gone in different directions. And what I will tell you all is that one of the reasons I currently commit myself to doing work with youth and supporting children is that one of the things we don't have control over is who our parents are, right? We don't have control over who our parents are. We are born into family situations. We are adopted into situations where we end up, but we don't have that choice till we're young. So I think that it is other adults' responsibility if people are perhaps born into situations where they don't have certain opportunities to try to help make sure that those young people have those opportunities. Fortunately for me, I was born into an amazing family with amazing parents who, despite my disability and my older sister has the same challenges I have, they didn't see those things as deficits. They saw those things as things that made us unique. However, they still tried to push us as hard as they could and make sure that we did everything that we possibly could to have experiences and see ourselves where we want it to be. Okay. So ever since I was extremely young, I wanted to be an astronaut. That was like my dream. I wanted to be an astronaut. And so when I'm talking about being a space nerd, I mean it. Like from a very young age, I wanted to be an astronaut. One of the reasons I wanted an astronaut is because my mom worked for RCA at the time that was closely associated with NASA. And so she asked me to work on the space program. So that's why I wanted to be an astronaut, because I wanted to be just like that. My dad is the Air Force, right? So you have an Air Force dad, your mom kind of works with space, aerospace, right? So that was where I was going. That's what I wanted to do. And I had no idea that there was no way we had to be an astronaut because of how I was torn. I had no idea. I really didn't know. They didn't allow me to learn that harsh truth because I was going to go to the moon and do other things because it was hard. That was my goal. I wanted to get to the moon, right? Literally and figuratively. I really wanted to launch off of my life and be able to go wherever I could. So I had parents who, despite my disability and my challenges, they didn't go check me into the school for the blind where we lived. But I did go to school for the blind, and I would go there for the summer. And I had the opportunity to see other people with other unique challenges. I was all super self-conscious in those areas because I thought, and these people are just like me and I'm just like them. But most of them had zero vision, right? They were using canes, they were navigating around, and I had to be around those types of people. And I was super scared of it because I just didn't know what it all meant because I was young. But what I also recognized in that experience that my mom knew that my sister and I had experienced from going to those schools for blind was that we did have something. Okay. We did have something. We did had what other people might say is perfect vision, but we did had something. The other thing I recognized from going to those schools for the blind and interacting with the people there was that even though somebody may have been blind using a cane and I was helping them navigate around and everything else or whatever that I was trying to do to help, right? They still had great capabilities. A lot of them had really, really unique capabilities that were well advanced from anything that I could do. So they were reading Braille at an extremely high, fast level. They were doing amazing things. They could play music from hearing it, couldn't read music, right? But they could hear something and play it. I recognized that they had substantial talent. So from a very young age for me, even though I had some challenges, I recognize that I should be grateful for what I had. And I also recognize that just because you have a disability doesn't necessarily mean that you can't do other things that are extraordinary. I had parents who were wise enough to put me in a position to learn that from a very young age. So as I was growing up and I was dealing with all the challenges of the bullying at school and I was talking with the gentleman over here. We kind of connected because I said, where you're at, what do you do? And kind of talk and kind of had some cross things that connect, like you in Nebraska, you ask somebody where they're from, we know somebody from there, we're going to rise. So he was a public defender, Doug Henley's RP County, and I actually grew up in Bellevue. And so, we were just kind of talking and said, his dad's nature, sent us to New York, sent us to Minnesota. And so I was like, my dad was in the military and we moved around a lot too. And it does something to you when you move around a lot, right? If you moved around a lot, it makes your whole paradigm change because you thought you knew everything or something, and then you just uproot your family and you go somewhere else, and then you start putting your roots down, and then you have to get to know people. And for young people, you have to go to school. And there's kids who have been at that school sometimes, sometimes once you get to middle school, start in elementary school there, so they already know each other. And maybe the teacher knows their families and, all that stuff, right? Some of you are fortunate enough to be in the same school system for your entire life. You recognize the benefits bad, right? But when you move around a lot, you just end up somewhere else and you're perpetually the new kid. So imagine being perpetually the new kid and you don't look like anyone else that person's ever seen before and you had a disability. It's just tough. So that's certainly what I grew up with. But fortunately, again, I had really great parents who every time I came home was that, yeah, this is going on at school. This person's making fun of me. This person said this about me. This person said that about me. I got kicked in the face with the ball at gym because they're going to see whatever. My mom would always be like, okay, well, pick yourself up and get back in there. Right? I never came home and was like upset about something. And my mom was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was never hit. My mom was tough. She immigrated here from Trinidad in 1967 with her family. Her father passed away from diabetes, so her family was very fortunate to be brought to the United States by Catholic Social Services down in Florida. And my mom came over here. She was living a nice life in Trinidad, or was she boggled the nice lights of Trinidad? Kay Gearin ended up in the fields cutting oranges out in Florida. So her whole life was her door, and she had to be tough. So my mom was tough. And she saw us living this very privileged life of just sitting to go to school and do all these after school activities and everything. And she kind of passed herself, by raising soft kids so they don't have to go pick oranges in the field. So we hear these stories growing up from my mom, and we recognize that we were privileged, even though, man, I'll tell you, I went back to Tampa. That's where my family is from, probably about 10 years ago. And I looked at my dad's pay stubs, and I didn't realize until then that we were extremely poor. Okay. My dad was enlisted. He was not an officer. So we had 5 people in our family. He was moving up the ranks enlisted, but unfortunately in the military, you don't necessarily make a bunch of money. Okay. You all probably know that. So, but we didn't know. We were just living life and enjoying everything. And so I'm painting this picture for you all just so you understand why, as I started to get older, and I dealt with all the things that I know. I stood in so many spaces where nobody knew how to deal with me because of my disability, who I was. I want to be the picture for you why this concept of radical hospitality is so important to me. Because I know that this story is impacting you all too. You're thinking about your own personal journeys. You're thinking about the challenges that you've had to deal with. You're thinking about what it's like to you step into a room, and the very thing in that room is the very thing that cannot be here. And nobody asks a question. So they're not thinking about you. You recognize that they're not thinking about you. How do we capture so many people's wants and needs if we don't know exactly what those things are? So are you just painting the picture for you all why I wanted to go into psychology? Because I wanted to understand, why did that kid at school feel that it was going to be funny to throw a ball at me because I couldn't see it so that he could hit me and laugh with his friends? What's the purpose of that? I wanted to understand what was behind that. I wanted to understand why certain people treated other people so badly. But I also wanted to understand what made people amazing. What experiences led to people being amazing? How do people become extraordinary? That was the other side of my inquiry, my curiosity. So that's what got me into psychology. And again, as I continue to learn these things and I go through school and I take all these classes and everything else, and I'm roaring toward my degree and everything else, I started to better understand it. And what's amazing about psychology is that the more you learn about it and the more you get to interact with people through practice and everything else, just like you all, you get to interact with people and see different things that happen in an industry. You learn more and it prepares you for what's going to happen next. So essentially, psychology is the study of human behavior, right? So we get to this point where we study enough and we understand enough, we might be able to predict how a person's going to act. We might be able to understand something about a person because of some other attributes and characteristics about that person. And therein lies, by the way, the other pace of being able to figure out how you create an environment where people are working around you that is really catered to who those people are. You have to understand psychology to an extent. You have to understand human behavior. You have to be open to learning about the characteristics of the people who you're around. So relationships, of course, are incredibly important, right? Relationships are incredibly important. They're really at the center of a lot of the stuff that we'll talk about today. Because if you don't have a relationship with someone, I want you to think about it metaphorically. You don't have the vehicle in which you can get in and move anywhere. You can't really go anywhere fast. We can walk somewhere together, but if we get into that relationship, then all of a sudden we can sail, right? We can move a little bit quicker. We need to figure out how to get those masts up and catch the wind, and then we're moving along. We got that relationship. It moves things along. A relationship is amazing. By the way, that's one of the things I started getting really, really good at as I was going through all of these negative experiences in my youth. I started to build relationships with people. So I got to know that kid that was throwing the ball in my face, right? And say, hey, like maybe there's a way that I can be funny to that kid, or maybe there was a way I could help that kid with their homework, because one of the things that I was blessed with was a great brain. And so I was very smart. I was able to help kids, figure things out. Could you help me with this assignment? Or maybe they were just topping on me and I didn't know. I didn't care, right? But I think I ever copy off of anyone because I couldn't see their paper. So that's totally fine. But anyway, type 1 series. But anyway, it was just kind of like learning for myself as I went through these types of situations. Okay, if that kid knows me and I can tell a joke or I can tell them a joke to tell their friend and they'll think it's funny, now all of a sudden I have a relationship with that kid. They're not going to make fun of me. Or they might even step in and tell that other kid, hey, don't make fun of this kid because, he's the one who helps me with my chemistry homework, right? So I started understanding the importance of relationships for early stage as well. And I hope you all have seen just how valuable relationships are to a marriage industry, right? You should get to know somebody, you should get to understand the world from the perspective they see it from. Now all of a sudden things started to become a little more clear. And you understand from a philosophical perspective why they can't maybe accept some of the things that you're trying to let them understand. You're like, okay, maybe this person has never really ever seen something like this before. Maybe they don't understand the reasoning behind what we're doing. I think sometimes we underestimate just how much people know, just how much people understand the things that we understand. We're going to talk about understanding today, by the way. But sometimes you underestimate just how much we know. And I found myself more and more in life thinking through that because we had no idea how narrow a person's trajectory is and why it's so narrow until we truly ask the question, did you know this? Or do you know this? Or do you understand these concepts? And they say, absolutely not. I've never had to understand those concepts. Then all of a sudden now we're okay, now I see we need to take a couple steps back, right? And by the way, let me return to the original thing that I started with, this concept of DEI and how DEI became so convoluted and how we ended up to where we are today. Part of that, you all, as a person who's done this work for an extended period of time to really live through this journey, was just this idea that some person's supposed to come into the space and help someone else understand all these different, very complicated concepts. And I think that because it became a bit of a practice, if you will, it was kind of like, oh, these are the ways that you're supposed to do things. But it stopped being so considerate of how individual people are and how unique people are. And it stopped being so about building one-on-one relationships and helping people learn through those relationships. And it became more about using a mass way of teaching people how to conceptually understand something. So one of the things I'm doing today that's hopefully helping you all better understand this work in general is just telling you why my perspective is the way it is. Okay? Why I see the world the way that I see it, which is at max 2070. That's the best my vision's ever been. 2070, right around 20, I think maybe 2051 Doppel was able to get it up to. But that's as perfect as I see the world. So if you're sitting in the back row and you're not paying attention, I don't care. But I'm serious. 2070 is the best I've ever seen the world. I never seen the world from 2020. Well, my age is everything. It cannot be corrected to 2020. Something in my brain won't allow anybody to get corrected to 2020. And when I say that to you, what I'm really saying to you is that if you don't understand that about me, then, and this is kind of a really funny story, but I want to share it with you. I wave at everybody that drives by me. Everybody. If I'm walking in my neighborhood and somebody yards on, because I don't know if they're waving at me. I really don't. And I don't want them to say, heck, that's a jerk. Yeah. I waved at him like I know that guy. He knows me. He didn't wave, So I wave at everybody because I don't know if you're waving at me. But that's okay. I'm just keeping myself safe, right? Hi, how you doing? You all, perspective is important. And as we talk about these concepts and we get into them today, I want you to be thinking about what perspectives might you be missing in the process of trying to figure out how you serve people? What perspectives are you missing when you're trying to figure out how to serve people? As this age, if we think about business and how to advance our business, one of the things I hope you recognize is that as you seek those perspectives and you try to understand different constituencies and communities and everything else, you could be missing out on a substantial amount of business. But people just don't want to enter your space because they recognize that you don't know what their perspective is because of some of the things that you do, some of the things that you say, right? So there is a vested interest. And this is where I think DEI really took off, is that the case cause was that corporations that better consider diversity, equity, and inclusion do better in sales and they need more money. Well, absolutely, because they're opening themselves to all these different groups of people. And now we're seeing very large organizations step away from that work, right? But guess what? They've already earned those people's business. So now they're like, okay, we figured out a way to get to them. Now maybe we don't have to talk about how you did it. We don't have to talk so much about why you did it. But we got to their business. I'm just going to be really candid with you all today, right? Like, the other things that have been happening in the movement and people talking about this work is that it's not politically, financially expedient. That's why you do it, right? We're seeing a lot of people kind of back away from things and start to remove these things from. I just the other day, this is her past sister I was telling you all about that also, struggles with some of the same challenges as I do. She's the interim vice provost for educational equity at Penn State. And so she's seeing this stuff happen really in her space right now too. Indiana just got rid of their Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Purdue got rid of theirs. Michigan State got rid of theirs. Michigan got rid of theirs. You know, so it's happening across the country in so many different ways. But back to this kind of finishing up why I see the world the way that I see it. One of the biggest things that's changed my life, you all, this is on a really personal level, is the relationship with my wife. And so my wife is from West Point, Nebraska, and it's a pretty small town, not by Nebraska standards, it's pretty, decent size. It is a county, a little there in Omaha County, right? So it's decent size it is, but we met in college and, her dad is a cattle farmer. And so, when she brought me home, he was kind of thinking to us all, you couldn't bring home anybody else. Like, where does this guy come from? Right. Like, I was definitely the first African-American person in our house in all of time. And they've been here for a few generations. So, but it was just an interesting journey. And we struggled through that for a very long time. And what I could tell you is that when we, had to inform the parents that they were going to get dial on the way to health, so which was challenging for us being younger. We weren't super young, but we were young. That was a challenge too. And then all of a sudden, when our daughter came along, everything changed, which was amazing. But what I can tell you, I've learned over the course of that relationship and building that relationship with her parents, which I'm extremely happy to report that, we've been married for like 21 years this year, so it's been a long time, but is a very wonderful relationship. We've learned a lot from each other over the years, and I've actually been able to see up close and personal their hearts and their minds change through our relationship. It's been amazing. And it wouldn't work if we didn't have a relationship. If I said, you know what, forget about it. Let's just go on our own. And, your parents, they're upset. They don't like me because of who I am and where I came from. Let's just go on our own and not worry about it, because we can do this on our own. And, we're not getting any help from them anyway. So we can do this on our own. And we didn't have a relationship. We couldn't build. We couldn't get through and to where we are right now. But the relationship changed everything. And what I'm happy to tell you is that I, at a young age where I was very headstrong and didn't really, care, I'm kind of like, oh, they don't like me, whatever. It was that same mother of mine that told me, no, you're not going to do that. That's their parents. She's not going to leave her parents. You're going to work on that relationship period and do everything you can to make sure that that relationship grows. And so when I talk to you about this work, I want you to know I've lived it. I've lived it from a young age when I felt like I was absolutely imperfect in this world and I was struggling and I was trying to figure out, why did God make me this way? All the way through my relationship where I felt like all the things that I had accomplished to that point, and then met this woman of my dreams and her parents didn't want to accept me. At the time, I was going on to graduate school. I was like a very, nice young man and all these things, but there was something about myself I couldn't change to make her parents like me. I've lived it all the way through there. And that is why I dedicate my life and my work, regardless of what I'm doing for, a paycheck, to making sure that other people are understanding these concepts. And this is why I've been committed to this work as a psychologist through the years, because I recognize that change can happen. Beautiful things can happen when we do have relationships and when we understand things conceptually. So that's the groundwork and what brings me to this work. I want you to think about what brings you to what you do. Why is it that you're in this industry? I'm sure it has a lot to do with the same concept that I started with. You like to help people. You like to make sure that people, even though they come into your spaces and they feel like there's no possible chance for things to be handled or managed or mediated or whatever the case might be, that it can happen. And you can find a way. You can figure it out. You can help them figure it out. You're problem solvers. And so I started with that quote because I recognize that you're here today at this very controversially named event because you like to do the things that are hard. I know that about you all. You're not here because it's easy. You're here because you like to do those things that are hard. You like to find a way. And I recognize that it is going to take people like yourselves that don't mind stepping into some controversial space here and there to do something difficult. It's going to take all of us to keep moving this thing forward. And so that's the point at which we start when we are talking about this concept of radical hospitality. So as you go in that journey, you understand a little bit about me, just a little bit, right? I talked to you a little bit about my background. By the way, a little more personal about me. I got two daughters. My oldest daughter is 20. My youngest daughter is 16. So my oldest daughter goes to UNL. She's going to be a junior next year. My youngest daughter goes to Elmhurst College. She'll be a senior this coming year. And watching their journeys and seeing the challenges that they've had to deal with as young women of color growing up in West Omaha, it's been interesting. I mean, literally, I remember, since they were very young, we go out to dinner every Friday. And that's kind of like our family dinner time. And I can tell you that while they were in high school, probably both of them were in high school together for a while. Probably about 75% of our conversations had to do with what they were dealing with at school from a racial perspective. And there was not much I could do about that. And that broke my heart. That it felt like, these are just young girls wanting to go to school and get an education, but they're having to deal with all this stuff at school, And I can definitely tell you it got worse at certain times under certain regimes or presidents, okay? And it was just very painful for me. Because I'm like, just like anybody, you see your kid, you want to be able to save them. You want to be able to tell them, hey, everything's going to be okay. I can step in and make something happen. But I can't go talk to all those kids' parents and tell them, you shouldn't be saying those types of things around my daughter, right? And I had to really try to teach them to recognize that that's not about you. That's more about them and what they don't know and what they don't understand. I couldn't change that for them. It's one of the other reasons that I consistently do this work. Because I don't want to have to change my daughters for the world. I want to change the world for my daughters. Right? Just like we all do. We want to help create the space where the people we love can be successful. Sometimes those people are there. Sometimes those people have certain challenges. but we're always called to change ourselves rather than changing the world. And the world has to change, and it's going to take people like you all to do that. So when you talk about radical hospitality, the first concept that I really want to help to understand is this idea of care. Three of the most powerful words together that just absolutely give me pain and pause are I don't care. I really struggle with those three words. And when you hear somebody say, I don't care, it's a powerful combination of things. Because that means, it says something about them. I don't care. Like if I say, I don't care, I mean, that tells you something about me. Care is an incredibly important concept. Care is something that it takes a lot of hard work and time and effort to care for something. You know, if you have a green thumb or you don't have a green thumb, right? You might have some plants at your house. You should bring them home. You're all excited about it. It looks beautiful in the store because somebody's caring for it there. That it gets to your house. You know, sometimes you're like me. It might come to your house, died. You have to care for it. Planes, you have to care for them. You have to water them. You have to make sure they get the proper sun. All those different types of things. Care. It's a more concept. So when you talk about care, and we're talking about this idea of animal hospitality, you have to understand what your coworkers and the people that you are working closely with, and you know whether that be your customers or whatever, you have to understand what they care about. That could be hard. What do you care about? One of the things I recognize is that in spaces where there's a significant amount of success, not only are there people who care about each other in those spaces, but there's people who understand what the people they're next to, their teammates, there's people who understand what their teammates care about. They don't only care about each other, they also understand what their teammates care about. What's so important about that, you all, is that when somebody is struggling in that area of their life and they don't have the capacity to do what they're doing, and you recognize that because you recognize that their family is the main thing they care about, but they're just kind of not able to really get things done, right? You could step in and you could provide support. But if you don't know that, or if you don't care, then you can't do that. So the first concept that I want you all to think of in being radically hospitable is this idea of trying to figure out what is it that the people that I serve care about. And nowadays, a lot of data analytics. What I can tell you is that, you know, anybody getting into your phone and looking at the reels that you're watching, they're going to know what you care about. You get into my phone, you're going to see a bunch of stuff about perfect aminos, see a bunch of stuff about these weighted vests that everybody's wearing now, trying to like walk around and like, you know, walking at 80 pounds and some people laughing because they get the same algorithm, right? It'd be all this stuff about exercise and everything else, right? The other thing I didn't tell you all is that I'm, you know, not an exercise nut or anything like that, but I definitely try to run like 3 miles a day. I eat the right thing. I don't eat any carbs. I usually don't eat any sugar. And the reason that I do that is because I have diabetes all through my family. And so I have to run away from diabetes, okay? Pretty consistently. And it's worked so far, you know? But so my phone knows that about me. And so it's constantly showing me all these different, you know, medicines that I should buy and everything else. And your phone's doing the same thing. I know it. I know it, right? But the question is, what is it that those people that you're meant to serve, what do they care about? Don't be afraid to ask that question. Don't be afraid to sit down and ask somebody at work that you're dealing with as a leader, what do you care about? Or how can I demonstrate that I care about you? How can I demonstrate that I care about you? You know, I told you about my two daughters. One of the toughest things to do when you start getting to that point where your kids are in the teenage years is figure out what to say to them and how to say it strategically, you know? One of the things that I struggled with through my daughter's teenage years was just talking to them because it just gets weird and I just can't even explain it, even as a psychologist. You know, I want to say all these things to my daughter, but I can't say them. You kind of become a little nervous around your kids because you're like, they're just like, you like, leave me alone. It's kind of like, oh my God. Okay. All right. All right. Like it's like a wild animal or something. You're just kind of tiptoeing around your kids. And so I had to really do a lot of research on how to deal with my daughter when they were in their teenage years. And I did it. And one of the questions that I really asked my daughters instead of that kind of basic, how was school day? How's everything going? I usually ask him, is there anything that I could do to make you happier? Yeah, leave me alone. Oh, but no, I used to would ask that question. I see there anything I do you make them happier? Is there anything that I can do to make their life easier? God, parents are like, gosh, it's a crazy question because we make our kids' lives easy anyway, right? We remove all the barriers from them. We make sure that they've got money. We, do everything, right? But what I started finding you all was that the things that I thought I was doing for my daughters to make their life easier, they didn't see those things as things that I was doing to make their life easier. They just actually thought that those were things that I was supposed to do. And the things that I wasn't necessarily doing that I absolutely had in my ability to do, and I wasn't doing those things because I just didn't know that they wanted me to do those things for them, right? Those were the things that I started to do, so it helped to really improve our relationship. Like, okay, don't try to solve all my daughter's social problems, right? It's not gonna happen, right? Like, but you told me you didn't like her, and now she don't break the house. Like, I don't get it, right? Like, I mean, no, Dad, you don't need to comment on that. It's okay, like we're fine now. Like, we got over it, we talked, we figured it out. So the reason I'm telling you all this is funny, but it's also the strategic concept of really figuring out how you serve your customer best, how you serve your employees best. It is through increasing that care, that care. And sometimes we get to that point where we have tried everything we can, and we get to those very haunting three words, I don't care. What I can tell you is if somebody in your space that's working with you feels like they don't care, it's not good, right? I've never seen employees that are like at the top of their game who use terminology like I don't care, right? That's kind of that's not a great teammate. So care is the first thing that I really want you all to be able to significantly dig into in your faces and recognize that people care about. And then to the extent that you care about what they care about. Okay? I want you to be considering that. So care, that's that first concept of this radical hospitality that I want you to be thinking about. Next, I want you to be thinking about how do you increase understanding? How do you increase understanding? What is it that you do to increase understanding? And when I say understanding, I mean, what is the process by which you help somebody learn the things that they need to learn to be successful in your respective space? This is super difficult work, you all, okay? Understanding and increasing understanding is so multifaceted because you have to, first and foremost, you have to understand the method by which people learn and understand and then present things to them in that way. Understanding is hard. It takes a relationship. So it takes that kind of initial step of like building something, having it to the structure, and then learning from the person that you're trying to serve. How is it that you increase understanding for that person? And I'm going to tell you a quick story about a journey I went on with a person in my life as a professional that helped me really better understand how to increase understanding. So when I worked with the athletic department, one of the teams that I worked with was the men's gymnastics team. And, if you know a men's gymnast, they're probably 5'6" or smaller. And they're probably stronger than anyone else because these people are strong, right? And they're tough. And a lot of them, and they'll admit it, they have a small person complex, right? So they sometimes treat you, you kind of don't necessarily get their best right away. So I met this gentleman who was the coach of an men's gymnastics team when I first got to the athletic department, and I was brought in to work with a diversity and inclusion space. And so I met him, and I wanted to meet all the coaches. So I sat down with all the coaches when I first got to Nebraska in the athletic department. And I sat down with this guy, and he's just this like, the only way I can describe it is uh, he's an SOB. Do you all know what you all don't know what SOB stands for? You might think you know what SOB stands for, but he's a South Omaha boy. Okay? Let the record show, camera, South Omaha boy, okay? So anyway, he's just a super, very, rough and tumble kind of doesn't care what he's wearing. I don't care. I just am a gymnast and I love what I do. And so we sat down and we started talking about things conceptually, and he was kind of like, I don't want to hear any of this stuff. Like, how do you serve a guy who's under your tee? Well, they just hung again, they work out, and no, that's right. Okay. Have you ever thought about, how some of the other aspects of their personality, who they are, and everything else impact how great they do in gymnastics? I don't really care, as long as they come in and do what they're supposed to do. So I'm like, all right, great. So we had that meeting, really 15 minutes, and then he left. And a year later, his administrator at the time ended up getting let go, and he was going to have me as his administrator. And so what I can tell you is that he actively pushed back against that because he did not want to work with me. And so that was very upsetting to me because I thought, well, gosh, I do a great job on my other sports. Why wouldn't I do a great job with his sport? So anyways, we ended up together anyway. And I'll never forget because, when I talk about understanding, this concept of understanding, I needed to understand it. So we sat down again. And the first thing I told him was, you know what? I'm also an SOB. I grew up in Bellevue. He was like, really? I said, yeah. He's like, okay. So kind of caught his attention right away. And I said, this is, what I kind of went through rolling on and stuff like that. We started to talk a little more. We started to build a relationship and things were moving in the right direction. But then when I really started upsetting him was when I started actually showing up to his practices. And I walk over to the gym and I just walk in there. I walk in there, be watching the gymnastics practice because they use some pretty amazing things, flips and everything, and pretty neat. So I just like to go over there and stop by and say hi to the student athletes. And every time I walk into the gym, he walk over to me and say, can I help you? And I'm like, no, I'm just here to watch practice. He's like, okay, well, all right. And then you walk away. You could tell he was uncomfortable though, right? But all the gymnasts would come over to me, hey, Dr. Shatters, how you doing? What's going on? Because I wanted to build a relationship with the student athletes too. And I knew that was important. So what I can tell you is that over time, these two SOBs started to build a relationship. And we started to get to understand each other a little better. One thing I saw about him is that he loved to work hard. He loved those guys. He had his own way of loving those guys. He cared about them more than anybody else did. He cared about gymnastics more than I've seen a lot of people care about their sports. He's lived it his entire life. Gymnastics lifted him out of this community in South Omaha where he grew up and took him to a space where he was on national championship teams. It just meant so much for him. He's seen it transform so many people's lives. But what I started to understand about him is that he didn't want me to get in the way of that. And in the past, I didn't think he hardly dealt with administrators that did. He just wanted me to care about the sport. He wanted me to care about what he did and respect him. He thought as I was coming to practice, I was just trying to find something wrong. But actually, I was looking for what he was doing right. So we started to build our understanding between each other. And what I can tell you is a little over a year ago, when the men's gymnastics team won their first Big Ten championship, I was their administrator, and that same SOB came over and gave me the biggest hug. And he said, thank you, Dr. Chatters. And it moved me because I was like, first of all, where'd that come from? Like, I know you're capable of hugging people, right? You're such a tough guy. He said, you truly get it. You're really good at what you do. You're a great administrator. And that meant the world to me. And it was at that moment that I knew that he understood, that I understood him, and he understood me. Because he could see through even my title, administrator, he saw me show up at practice all the time. He saw me interacting with the student athletes. He saw that they respected me because I showed up. And I did everything I could to help that program, make sure that they had everything that they needed so they'd be successful. And it was so amazing to watch them win in the Big Championship in Columbus, Ohio. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. It was a moment I'll never forget because I recognized all that time and effort and hard work truly paid off. It was a great experience. And I got a hug from him, the tough guy, you know? So that was my example of understanding. It took a lot of hard work. But he had no idea that I had seen him before. I saw in his eyes the same thing I saw in my father-in-law's eyes. He didn't understand me, but we worked on it. We kept working on it, and we broke down the barriers and we figured it out. We understood each other. I'll tell you what, I may not truly understand my father-in-law until the day that I'm standing up there walking my daughter down the aisle. Because I may not understand just how difficult it is. So it's just difficult that there's no person in this world that's good enough for my daughter. That's a difficult reality to come to, right? So whoever presents themselves, it doesn't matter. I don't care what you look like. You're just not good enough. Maybe it's my daughter, right? Like, so I didn't even get that until I got to that point in my life. We all sometimes have those experiences where we don't get it until we're there or in that phase, right? That's where that true understanding happens, where you finally go for yourself. So that's that understanding, you all. You have to find that understanding with the people around you. And if you're being in a position where you're in provide hospitality, you have to ask the right questions. What is it that I should understand about you that will help me help you be more successful? Well, you need to understand that I like praise. If you say good job, I'm going to work even harder. You need to understand that I don't like surprises. If you just bring that to me and the agreement is due tomorrow, like, that's just going to give me so much anxiety. I might not even be able to perform because I didn't get it soon enough. And I just can't get over that. You need to understand that these are things that I dealt with before in my professional life that caused me trauma in this space. I had a boss who would just do this to me or do that to me. And I just had a lot of anxiety when something like that happens. So it's not about you. It's about this previous situation. You need to understand that about me so that I could be successful here, right? You have to ask the right questions. You have to ask the right questions. Don't mean to tell people in the legal field how to ask the right questions, right? But what are those questions? So I want you to be taking that with those questions are helping increase understanding in your space. And how do you get to those places of understanding? And then when you get to those places of understanding, how you create an environment from that understanding that demonstrates that you understand, that it demonstrates that you care. So the next concept we're going to move along to is this idea of leadership. And leadership, leadership is something that I've seen people all along the spectrum engage in. It doesn't matter what your title is, you could be a leader. It doesn't matter where you are on the work chart, you could be a leader. And trust and believe, there's been some very powerful people in different spaces on the org chart that can cause challenges with their leadership, right? And leadership is something that, you hear someone like, child, it's really a buzzy word, leadership. Well, what exactly is leadership, right? I feel like we're all leaders. You are all leaders. Every single person here is a leader. You know why? Because somehow through all the things that were happening today, you got yourself here. You had to lead yourself up out of your bed this morning. You had to lead and will yourself into a vehicle of some sort, and you had to get gear. But like I said, I don't need to focus too much on who's leaders, but I know you all are leaders because you're doing the difficult things and you're okay with facing a challenge and facing difficult odds and trying to take those things on. But the question is, how do you really draw people in your space into this idea of leadership? How do you go about doing that? And how do you do it in a way that makes them understand that regardless of where you are on the org chart or in our organization, that you have the opportunity to be a leader in this space? There's different types of leadership, right? There's different types of leadership. And I see so many different types of leadership over the years. And it can happen in such subtle ways, or it can be very blatant. Some people get up in front of the room and they speak loudly, and some people call that leadership. Other people are in the locker room and they whisper to people that, hey, you're great, you did a great job. That's leadership too, right? But the question is, how do we allow everyone in our space to engage in leadership? And one of the things that's been really impactful for me to watch is watch how teams work and how people have the opportunity to really step up when they need to and step up when they have to. And it's been interesting also, you all, to see not so great leadership and recognize how difficult that can be and how pervasive those negative feelings that come from a leader in a space can be. And I can tell you that I've been around really amazing leaders and I've been around leaders that aren't so amazing. And that's taught me a lot about the importance of leadership. And people say leadership matters. I mean, those are two words together that I'm not sure there's any more powerful words in this moment about leadership. Because one thing I can tell you is that if you all are taking all the difficult things that you're engaging in, caring for the people around you, trying to seek understanding and everything else, that's kind of the baseline of leadership. But in this moment, when there's a lot of challenging things that are going on, I think that leaders are called to do even more. This is a time when, because of the difficult things that we're facing, economically, around the globe, I mean, these things, I believe this weekend I was reading an article about a substantial, like maybe 40 bombers that were bombed in Russia, right, by Ukrainian drones, and you all, this is a historical thing. We talk about history. I talk about being a history buff. We're living in historical times. Okay, you think about what's happening over in the Middle East. You think about what's happening over in the Pacific with the escalating tensions of China and Taiwan. Well, we're living in historical times. Leadership is so important right now. But you think about your own respective space in your office. I want you to think about the fact that you, as the person who is stepping into that space, wherever you are and whoever you work closely with, you have to make a decision to be a leader. And that is, I think when you're a leader, you are worrying about other people other than yourself. You're worried about how you support those people, what they're dealing with, and how you can better serve them. And I think we all find ourselves in leadership positions at some point. The other day, I have a dog at home, and, sometimes we'll go out, we'll let her walk off of the leash, and she just loves that because then she can lead us. And she just walks along the way, and, for the most part, she kind of listens. We have to keep treats with us, just in case or whatever. But she leads us sometimes, and sometimes we lead her and put her on the leash. And it's been interesting to me because what I think is awesome is that I think she truly does enjoy when she gets to go outside and walk on her own. And, if some of you have dogs and they're getting a little older and stuff like that, it's just they walk slower, so you don't have to chase down or whatever. But they get to lead us, right? But I want you to be thinking about where you get to the opportunity to show leadership in your life. Is it an animal at home? Is it your family? Is it your kids? Is it your parents? I talked about my mom earlier. What I can tell you is that, right now my mom is struggling with cognitive decline. And I talked to you about my father as well. My father passed away in 2017 from Alzheimer's, and he had early onset Alzheimer's. So he passed away at like the age of 62. And it was a very long journey. And if any of you are dealing with cognitive decline of parents or people that you love, it's like they call it the long goodbye, right? Because they're just things that slowly but surely start to disappear from that person that they can no longer do for themselves. And so one of the things that I do with my mom, if I get the opportunity to, is take her places she wants to go because she loves to travel. And now she can't travel on her own anymore because she can't make it through, most of us can't make it through like JFK, try and find where our flight is. But when you have cognitive decline, it's even tougher, of course, right? And she's just to that point where she can't really do these things on her own. So I have to be a leader for my mom now, where she was a leader for me and our family for the longest time. And I get to take my mom places, and it's an honor. It's an honor. It's an honor when you get the opportunity to lead. It's an honor when you get the opportunity to be a person who thinks about what someone else needs, right? So what I want you all to be thinking about is, you're talking about this concept of radical hospitality, is how do you recognize moments where people are leading in your respective spaces and celebrate those things? How can you do that? How can you celebrate that leadership? How can you give people the opportunity, who may not feel like leaders, the opportunity to lead? And most of the time, we don't get the opportunity to lead, then we don't get the opportunity to demonstrate our ability to care for other people and demonstrate this idea that we do seek that understanding of others, that we do care. So how can you create that leadership in your spaces? Now, as we move on to this next concept is about trust. And what I can tell you is that without trust, there's really not much in a space where you're supposed to contribute. If I don't trust, there's really not much in a space where I'm supposed to carry. So if I'm stepping into a space and I don't trust that they care about me enough, then, I'm probably not going to do my best work. And what I can tell you all is that when I have been able to do my best work is when I feel that I have the trust of the people around me. And what I can tell you from being around championship caliber teams over the years is that those teams are so close. There's a lot of trust. They trust each other. It's almost like a blind trust. I watched this Ray documentary, which I'm going to encourage you all to watch, because again, I'm a aerospace nerd, but it's the Thunderbirds documentary on Netflix, I think. That is an amazing documentary to talk about how challenging it is to fly the F-16 and fly the F-16 with such precision and everything else. But really at the center of it is this concept of the blind trust. And when you think about your respective area where you work and where you are a leader, I want you to think about, how did you build trust in that space? And don't be afraid to ask that question of the people around you. How can I earn your trust? How can I earn your trust? That's a very important question. And it's okay if you don't necessarily know the answer to that question right away. Because for most of us, it takes a while to earn our trust. Because we've had things that have happened in our life. There's things that have challenged us. There's things, areas where we thought that we were okay, but we weren't. And then something happened and everything else. But I want you to ask the people around you, how can I earn your trust? What is it that I need to do in order to earn your trust? And when you even ask that question, when you ask that question about earning someone's trust, first of all, that's showing leadership, right? But it's also increasing your understanding, and it's demonstrating care. So you get to that trust by recognizing what people care about, understanding them, truly seeking that understanding, and you're demonstrating that leadership by trying to increase trust. So whenever you're trying to build stronger bonds in the space that you're in, you're demonstrating leadership, right? So I want you to be thinking about, when it comes to the clients that you work with and the spaces that you're in, I want you to reverse it too. Why wouldn't someone trust you? Why wouldn't someone trust the person in your position? What might have possibly happened that could lead to them not necessarily trusting that situation? It's one of the things that I've had to consistently think about as I've worked with the youth over the years, whether it be through mentorship or different programs and stuff is, maybe this isn't about me. Maybe this is about somebody else that I'm this person. That's why they're putting me where they are, right? Perhaps there's other issues at hand that are causing some of the challenges here. So that cross component is incredibly important. I want you all to seek and figure out how you can earn people's trust. Just like when it comes to hospitality, you talk about earning people's business. How do I earn your trust? How do I make sure that you're going to be willing to allow me to serve and support you the way that you want to be served and supported? Because what we're doing is we're specializing, right? We're specializing. We're going into it so deeply, or we're thinking about it so intentionally that we're specializing this process. So when we recognize when everything's said and done is that there is no one size that fits all. Every situation is a little different, right? There's some nuance. There's something that's a little different. And you have to try to figure it out. Again, the human experience is unique. So ask that person in that space, what does trust look like to you? What does it look like? Well, trust looks like you giving me a project and allowing me a little bit of extra space to work on it so I can use my creativity. Trust means that you recognize that I am going to get something in on time and you don't have to ask me 15 times that, whether or not I've got it done. Well, the way you earn my trust is by doing that, right? And showing me, demonstrating to me that you can get it done on time and that you are going to do something with a certain added piece of creativity that's unique. So these are different back and forth concepts and ideas, but you got to tell people how they earn their trust and you got to ask people how to earn their trust. As we move on to this next concept, this is a difficult one, but I've been setting you up for it through the things you've been talking about, and that's being unbiased. Being unbiased is such a hard thing because our world is dictated by bias. Our brains are made to do this wrong. From a psychological perspective, we are made to judge so that way we can survive. Loud noise, I probably should go in the opposite direction. All right? We are set up for safety. Our animal brains, our amygdalas, they're set up to fight or flight so that we can survive. It's baked into us. But what comes with that too is a wide range of other things that lead us to making assumptions about people, about things. And we just have to really look at it from an academic perspective and recognize that, regardless of how many times it's happened, and that's the specific thing that happens, and this other thing happens, there is a chance that it might not happen. There is a chance that that person, despite looking like that and being from where they're from, may not necessarily know that other person that that's from there that looks like them. There might be a chance. There might be a chance that what you believe and what you've seen is just a very small sliver of what happens in the world. We talk about worldview. Worldview is the world from your view. One of the really funny things that happened the other day, I was at my youngest daughter does track, and so I was at a track meet, USATF, and so they had these really, really little kids running. And it's like the cutest thing to watch like 8-year-olds run a 100-meter dash, because they're running so fast that they're not really moving very fast. And I just thought about what must the world look like from that perspective? So small, out there, competing, having fun, right? Because what I can tell you is when they get to college, I'm not sure how much fun is that anymore. It's practice, it's training table, it's going to class, it's dealing with your social issues. But to be 8 years old and running the 100, right? Different perspective, you all. And so to be unbiased is to step into every space with a high level of curiosity, but a respectful curiosity. What exactly is respectful curiosity? Respectful curiosity is, so, I really appreciate you being willing to talk about the fact that you have had some visual challenges in your life. Can you talk to me more about that and tell me how you think that shaped the way that you see the world? Not, so you said you were blind. Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up?
I'm supposed to be one of you guys. Don't pay a lot to that, you know? This is what people would always ask me when I was growing up. I say, I'm legally one. Oh, how many fingers am I holding up? Anyways, it's just a thing, right? But respectful curiosity, you all, is how we get to that point being unbiased. Is by recognizing that even though we might have been thinking so much that we knew everything about that person because of how they look and where they come from, that we know nothing at all, right? When I first came to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, I was in a master's program, and my professor, who was an older white gentleman, my professor, his name's Mike Shield, and he would become one of my best friends in life, as well as my advisor, as well as my mentor. And what I didn't realize is stepping into that space and seeing this man for the first time. Here I am, this young African-American kid from Bellevue, Nebraska, just showing up in this master's program. And I see this older white guy there with the beard. And I'm like, gosh, oh man, we could be no different. Both of our dads were in the military. Both of our dads were in the Air Force. They both grew up in Bellevue. You know, his dad had passed away not too long before that. We just connected so deeply. No one would ever see the two of us and think that we were so similar, but we were. So I had to continue as I move through life and I see people and I get to know people and everything else. I kind of have to ask those questions in a very respectful way, trying to figure out how they got to where they are, why they are who they are, and everything else. And I brought this different concept into this idea of getting to this unbiased perspective, which is respect. You all, respect is one of these words that's just thrown around so much. How do you respect people? First of all, think about what it is that you need to feel respected. What is it that you need to feel respected? What is it? What is it? I just want you to think about that. When you step into a space, how do you know that you're respected? When you step into a space, what does that look like? Because I want you all to seek to provide that and to be able to put that together for the people that you serve. That when they step into a space, they feel respected. We talk a lot about respect. We talk a lot about this ideal of making sure that we're respecting people, you're demonstrating respect and all of these other things. But how can I step into your space and feel respected? First of all, you have to know what that respect is and what it looks like. Again, curiosity, asking questions, figuring things out. When you sit across my desk and we're sitting here talking about this agreement that, we're working on, how is it that I'm demonstrating respect to you? What does that look like to you? Well, that means that, even though you redlined the heck out of that first thing that came through here, you recognize that I just really want to get to this point. And you may not think it's possible, or you may think that it's too risky to do that, but I just want you to understand that this is why I'm there. This is why I want to get there, right? What does respect look like? So I wish you think about respect, how you earn it, how you facilitate it, how you provide it. All of those different pieces, I want you to be thinking about respect and think about how you feel respected in a space. And so respect is important. And then the final concept that I want you all to be thinking about, which I think really drives absolutely amazing returns, is sympathy. And empathy is feeling what someone else is feeling and understanding why they're feeling it. Feeling what someone else is feeling and understanding why they're feeling it. That's empathy. The ability to understand why somebody's feeling something because you know them well enough. You built this whole thing. Let's go back. So you're at a point of empathy. That means that you respect the people that you're around. That means that you're unbiased. You take some time to get to know them. That means that you can see the leader in them. You can see the leader in them, right? That means that there is trust. That means that there's been an effort to understand that individual. And when everything's said and done, it's just demonstrating you care. So if we have care, we have understanding, we have leadership, we have trust, we have being unbiased, we have respect, and we have empathy. That is how you build culture. That is the culture in your space. That is the culture I believe that we are trying to lean into in our country, post all of the words and bells and whistles that are moving in the directions that they're moving in.
but we still have to build a positive culture. We still have to build this thing so that we are caring about people so that we can continue moving forward as a society. And what I've demonstrated to you today is that there's nothing easy about that. It is very hard. So when we talk about radical hospitality is being able to really predict what people need and provide it for them. And what I'll tell you is that if you come in and you sit in my office and we sit down and we have in-depth enough conversation and I take good enough notes and I try to understand truly how you see the world and I try to really push myself to get where you're coming from and understand all those different pieces, and I can go back and I can start putting together some things so that I can really put something in front of you that represents, all of those different ideals. I guarantee you, I'm going to get better at what I do. Okay? And I'm going to help you be your best as well. All I'm asking you all to do is definitely lean into this idea of doing that with the people around you who depend on you, who essentially you help those people survive by providing them with a salary, or they provide your space with work and you need to make sure that those people stick around. It's worth it. It's worth it to go on that journey with them to try to figure out all of these different pieces so that you can truly serve them for who they are. It's going to make your organization better. It's going to make you better as a person. I promise you all of those things. However, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am in my life through all the challenges that I faced and all the struggles and everything else. It's been hard, but it's absolutely been worth it. Through the relationships, through the difficulties, through all the different things that I talked to you all about today. That's how I see the world. That's why I see the world the way I see it. And every single day is a challenge, but it's worth it. When I'm running up a hill, I'm not necessarily thinking of how difficult running up that hill is. My legs are, but I'm not. I'm thinking about how wonderful it's going to be to run down the next hill, right? It's about reframing. It's about really bringing this more positive perspective into the challenges that we're facing. And there's no better time than now, because each and every one of us is currently being called up and called in to think more critically about how we continue to make this country a better place. Thank you.
So we've got a few minutes.
Yeah, we do have a few minutes for questions. And so I'm going to tell you this right now. If you have a question, please stand up and put your hand up like this. I don't want to miss you. Don't put your hand up like this little hand, make a scene or something so I know that you're asking. Or maybe you could just point people out if they have questions. Tell me.
I can do that.
Excellent.
You may have done such a great job. There may not be any questions.
Or maybe people need to take a bio break. Either one,
Sure.
But thank you all. If you would like to hear any more or just kind of follow along with my journey, I do a lot of work in the community. I have a few nonprofit organizations that I started to help youth and different things like that. But I'm a big LinkedIn person, so you could follow me on LinkedIn, Lawrence Chatters, and I put a lot of the different stuff that I do on LinkedIn, and just out serving the community, out supporting people. And, if you ever need someone to come into your spaces and talk even more about or get into more depth about some of these concepts and ideas, certainly you could feel free to reach out to me. I really appreciate what you all do. I will tell you, the first time that I ever had to really deal with an attorney was when I purchased my first bar in Lincoln. I didn't talk to you all about that, but I was buying this bar from this guy, and he recommended I go to an attorney to get the agreement looked at and everything else. And so I had no idea how in depth it was, and I didn't really know anything about attorneys. And so then after that, that was kind of like my introduction to how wonderful it is to have somebody work on your behalf to make sure that you essentially don't get treated poorly in a situation, and to have a document in place in case things go the wrong way. So when I sold that bar, I also encouraged the people that I sold the bar to get an attorney so that we could put some documentation together. And I can tell you that documentation saved me when COVID hit, because there were a lot of people who didn't honor their commitments when COVID hit, their financial commitments. And, formally, I'm really grateful that I had an agreement. The next time I dealt with an attorney was when I was actually starting an energy drink company. And so I had to go and get this whole thing drawn up and get a trademark and all this other stuff. And so I really appreciate the work that you all do in the legal space. And I don't have to be the one to tell you all that if you didn't understand government and you didn't understand this concept of laws and how laws work, now is like the case study of it all, right? Now is the case study of it all. Executive order, judge blocks, court this, Supreme Court that, like, wow, right? So I think we're all kind of getting a lesson in the ideas of how the laws work and how they hold things together in our society and how you can challenge those things and everything else. I've been very positively impacted by the attorneys and foes in my life, and then just all the paralegals and the work that you all do, and all the interworkings of the system and understanding the system, which I have no idea about all of the stuff, but I just know how complicated it is. And I know that you all work very hard, and you are people who are pursuing perfection because you have to, right? You have to do a great job, and you have to read every letter, and you have to do these things well. And this is why I think you all, this work is so important for you all, because you're called to do such difficult things and you are open to it. And we can tell because of the industry that you're in, that you're committed to excellence and you're committed to doing things at the highest level. And so this work is about doing things at the highest level. And when we do things at our best, I think we get better results. And so I just am excited to ever have the opportunity to be in a space with professionals like yourself, wherever you are in that whole, a spectrum of things, and just really appreciate what you all do, and have been very grateful to have the opportunity to speak to you again this year. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of introducing Astrid Munn today. Astrid is a managing attorney at the Center for Immigration and Refugee Advancement here in Omaha, where she has served since 2019. Her legal practice focuses on representing victims of violent crime and survivors of severe forms of human trafficking. In addition to her work at the center, she has taught pretrial litigation at the Nebraska College of Law since 2021. She's deeply committed to civic participation. She is a Citizen University Civic Saturday Fellow and a regular collaborator with the Civic Nebraska. She helps organize public gatherings designed to encourage civic reflection and democratic renewal at a local level. Outside of her professional endeavors, Astrid is also a stand-up comedian and a fiction writer. So welcome, Astrid.
All right, I think you're good to go. Thank you so much for that introduction, Kimberly. And oh my gosh, going on after Dr. Chatters, that's no pressure. It's like he's like a psych, like a PhD in psychology, right? Like he speaks so like beautifully and philosophically, and we all went to law school, which is basically like learning how to be a plumber. And so I'm going to talk about, I guess, some of those concepts he touched on. I will be describing what they look like in action, but it will be nowhere near as artful and far more akin to a plumber how-to. You've probably passed by my office. We are at 42nd and Center. We are the building with the big murals and the community garden now. And we have additional offices in Lincoln, Nebraska City, Grand Island, Lexington, and Scottsbluff. And if you've been around long enough, you're probably thinking, didn't you guys have a different name? Yes, we have rebranded a couple of times, not because we're like a shell company or anything, but to reflect our agency's transformation. When we started out in the 2000s, we were just Justice for Our Neighbors, Nebraska. I think it was just a couple of lawyers operating out of a parsonage in South Omaha. And then By 2018, Justice for Our Neighbors got an injection of funding from the Sherwood Foundation to expand services out into rural Nebraska. At that point, we moved into our current building and renamed ourselves Immigrant Legal Center. In 2022, we merged with Refugee Empowerment Center, or REC, so we could provide refugee resettlement services and social work in addition to free legal representation. And after much research and development and naysaying on staff parts, we finally rebranded for what I hope is the last time for a while. We are now Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement. And that name better reflects our dual role in representing immigrants, but also refugees, and not just interacting with these populations, but actually advancing their well-being in our communities. And my colleague Cesar Ariel Magaña Linares is going to be speaking after me, and he can get into the weeds more about this, but I think it's helpful at the outset to just clarify that an immigrant, for the purposes of this presentation, is anybody who is not a U.S. citizen. That's different from a refugee. A refugee is a subsect of immigrants. They are people coming into this country already vetted for protection on account of some persecution they've experienced abroad. And so, set theory time. All refugees are immigrants in that they're coming from abroad, but not all immigrants are refugees. And I'll leave it to Ariel to get more specific than that. Throughout all of this transformation, we've always been a member of the Immigrant Law and Justice Network, a national nonprofit chartered by the United Methodist Church. And together, we make up 19 agencies across the United States, working to provide not just free legal services, but also stay on the cutting edge of humanitarian relief. So when we merged, on the surface of, I'm going to talk a lot about the merger between ILC, Immigrant Legal Center, and REC. Because on the surface, you might think, oh, a merger with our organizations would be fairly seamless, right? I mean, we're both nonprofits. We're both trying to help foreigners get ahead in this country. If only it were that easy. It was way more nuanced than that. So I got two photos here. On the left, it's a bunch of us lawyers at the Nebraska State Diversity Summit. And on the right, some photos of a photo of folks from the REC side of things. So among us lawyers, a lot of us were Latino. Most of us spoke English and Spanish as our main languages. But I think the common thread was that most of us were born here in the United States, or maybe a few of us had come here as young children, but were, for the most part, fairly assimilated. Also, on the legal end of things, most of us were Catholic or some form of Christian. I think historically the office would take Good Friday off, and it wasn't uncommon for people to invite each other to baptisms and quinceañeras, which are historically Catholic celebrations. Compare that to the refugee resettlement side of things. They, by comparison, had very different backgrounds. Most of them were coming from African, Middle Eastern, or Asian countries, not Latin America. Most of them came to the United States as refugees themselves once they were in adulthood. And most notably, a lot of them are very observant Muslims, praying 5 times a day and fasting during Ramadan. It was awkward. And it's not like an HR person could just march in there and DEI us into harmony. The walls we had around ourselves and the fear of being misunderstood, it was just too much to try to iron things out in some sort of workshop type environment. And here we are 2 years later, and I don't know that we have things completely figured out, but I just want to tell you about some things that we did that helped. So I think it all started with the food. It's a universal truth that food and sharing meals brings people together. But if you are intentional and considerate about who's coming to your table, it's hard to be truly inclusive. So when we first merged and we started having staff-wide meetings of like 100 people, we knew that there were Muslim coworkers who observed halal dietary restrictions, and we knew that there were vegans and vegetarians for personal and political reasons. And we thought we were doing the right thing by like, call up Firehouse Subs and make sure that there were some vegetarian and salad options in there. What ended up happening is that when people went through the line, some omnivores would unintentionally take some of the vegan and vegetarian offerings. What ended up happening is that a lot of Muslim coworkers and the vegans were left with nothing but lettuce to eat. That was really bad and embarrassing. And you might be thinking, just order pizza. Well, pizza can be whatever you want it to be, right? And I'll tell you this, even if you manage to find the one halal pizza place in town, and it is in the Oakview Mall, not everyone likes pizza. Most of my clients, my coworkers who are former refugees, do not like pizza. It is, So here's what my office does. When we cater in lunch, and now this is for like 150 employees, we don't order from just one place. We order from Flavors, an Indian restaurant, because it's halal and most of the dishes are vegan. We order some kind of Salvadoran or Mexican food with cheesy, beany things that the vegetarians and vegans can deal with. And then for everyone else who can't handle ethnic food, we order Raising Cane's. And so that's kind of what the plate on the left shows. You've got some chicken tendies, but also a pupusa, a cheese pupusa with some kind of like a pickled cabbage. And to ensure that everybody gets what they need, we're very strict about the order in which people go in line to get food. Vegans go first, followed by halal and vegetarians, followed by people with food allergies, and finally everyone else. In the end, everyone's happy, and it costs about the same to order from 3 different places than to try to order from one place, one giant quantity, and end up polarizing half the office. So, to touch on Dr. Chatters's, points, I feel like this is something my office and our leadership does to show that they care about what their employees care about. And they care about, honoring their bodies through their own whatever dietary restrictions and choices they make. So, I have more food photos. And, food and holidays in general are just an opportunity to share, take pride in where we come from, and educate. And so office potlucks are pretty exciting. Actually, if I can go back to the last slide, that picture on the right, that is from a typical end of year. It's not Christmas, it's end of year party, where people wear traditional garb from their home countries. I think that plate has like samosas and saffron rice and salad olivier and a dumpling and a tamal. But that's just emblematic of, all the different foods from where everybody's coming from. And it's really fun. And okay, now moving on. Latino Catholics in the office, while they no longer occupy the hegemony they once did, yes, I went there, they still put together an ofrenda coming close to Halloween and Day of the Dead.
and they encourage everyone to bring photos of the dead and their favorite foods so we can learn about each other and our families. And I, as the office Jew, bring Hanukkah cookies. And these may seem like superficial little moves, but you have to understand that my office, at its core, it's still a law firm based in traditional American office culture and norms about what is or isn't professional. And that, I can imagine, can be soul-crushing if you're coming here from another country and this is like your first job here in the United States. So these are just little opportunities for self-expression and celebration of identity. And I think just kind of a meaningful safety valve as we get to know each other and reach a sense of cultural equilibrium. Again, I don't know, I'm just riffing off of Dr. Chatters, but you could say it shows us trying to understand each other. So that being said, meeting people where they are and helping them feel comfortable in the workplace, it goes beyond food and holidays. A lot of it just begins with acknowledging that we're humans, and as humans, we have bodies and fluids that require management during the day. So to that end, I just have 2 more photos. After we rebranded, we used a capital campaign that raised $10 million to remodel our building so that all of our services could be under one roof. Before, we were in a bunch of different office spaces. As part of that remodel, our executive director recognized that even though attorney moms have the luxury of an office where they can set up curtains, plug in a mini fridge, and have some relative privacy when they pump, every other mom that works in a cubicle or at a reception desk did not have that luxury. So to ensure everyone can enjoy the same amount of privacy and convenience, we converted a single stall bathroom into a nursing room with a sofa, a mirror, a mini fridge, a sink, and most importantly, a door that locks and indicates whether it's occupied. Our office leadership also recognizes that different cultures have different norms than we do about what counts as clean. For a lot of people outside the United States, toilet paper is not enough. And while some places here in town, like the American Muslim Institute, they pulled all the bells and whistles and have bidets in every single stall, we didn't raise that much in our capital campaign. But our compromise is moistened wipes in each stall. So again, these aren't revolutionary things, but they help everyone feel more comfortable at work. And just by recognizing the humanity and the biology of those around you is a form of empathy. Can you see I'm just clearly ripping off Dr. Chatters? It was a really good presentation. Not everything requires a major remodeling. A little before Ramadan this year, my Muslim coworkers, without asking permission, they just went ahead and did it, and it's great. They converted a spare room in the basement that nobody was using, and they made it into a prayer room complete with a foot washing station. And, a lot of people use it, and still others have their own way of being able to keep up with prayer times. Like my colleague Sharif in finance, he's on the 3rd floor. He's not going to make it all the way down to the basement. So what he does is he keeps his prayer rug folded under his chair. And unless you were to go behind Sharif's desk or venture into the basement, you would have no idea people are taking little breaks during the day to pray, because you wouldn't know, because we're so dang productive. And when people are happy and comfortable and feeling seen, they're going to get a lot of work done. So if you're a little scandalized by my toilet photos, I did run these by a Muslim colleague to see if it passed the sniff test. So there was some respectful curiosity, to quote Dr. Chatters again. And in reviewing, the concepts I was going to bring up and my slides, my Muslim coworker, she was like, yeah, we foster inclusion through the things you're pointing out, but it's also through the things we don't say. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, look around. The things that we have in our office are reflective of who we are and who we serve. And so I was just going around the office and I just started taking photos of people's offices. And, I began to think, yeah, it does feel good to see like a studio quality portrait of a woman of color, because where else in my day am I encountering that? Not at Aldi. And I'm thankful to Kenda, our director of engagement, that she feels safe enough and comfortable enough in her femininity in the office to have pink poodles and seafoam sofas and a end table shaped like a Macron, that, she feels comfortable expressing herself through her office decor that way. And I don't know if you're thinking, oh, well, my office could never. Well, why never? Are you afraid of what your clients will think? Can your clients not handle a little melanin? Are your clients afraid of softness? You're here today because you're trying to do things differently. And if your clients would revolt at the sight of this kind of decor, do those clients actually line up with your standards of integrity? Do you even want those clients? Just listen. You can laugh. All right. So that's just a little bit about my workplace and how we're managing to make things work. And in this new age of DEI, and so I just want to also talk about my actual clientele. So, like I mentioned, my office specializes in humanitarian forms of immigration relief. So that means that instead of helping people gain legal status through husbands or wives or through their job, those are the happy ways of getting legal status. We're mainly pursuing avenues of relief for individuals who have experienced some kind of harm, whether it's persecution abroad, abuse, abandonment, or neglect on the part of their parents, or what I specialize in. I manage a team called the UT VAWA team, and it refers to the types of visas we pursue. U visas are for individuals who experienced violent crime here in the United States and then cooperated with law enforcement in detecting, investigating, and prosecuting the crime. T visas are similar. They're for people who experienced severe forms of human trafficking. And VAWA, as many of you know, stands for the Violence Against Women Act, a big piece of legislation that Joe Biden spearheaded way back when he was a senator. And it included protections for undocumented immigrants married to abusive U.S. citizens or permanent residents. And right now, as this bar chart shows, I used Excel to make a bar chart. The majority of my clients come from Mexico, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. So I'd like to dedicate a little bit of time sharing some case studies, client stories with themes that I commonly encounter across my caseload. And it's my hope that by sharing these stories, you walk away with a better understanding of how many immigrants in Nebraska, what challenges they're living through and the baggage they're bringing from their home countries. and what it takes often to achieve some kind of stability. So I first want to tell you about, I've changed the names obviously to protect everyone. I first want to tell you about Matilda. She's a newer client of mine, but her story is emblematic of so many Mexican women I've represented. Mexico is really rich, you guys. Like, it's got oil, it's got factories, it's got agriculture. It's like where my TV and my cucumbers came from. But it has huge problems with income inequality, underemployment, and like we talk about toxic masculinity here. No. The machismo there completely eclipses what we're dealing with here. And Matilda, like a lot of young girls and women, she was once very excited about going to school. She dreamed of being a judge or a doctor or an entrepreneur. But school's expensive in Mexico. Like, even public school, it's not free. There are still uniforms, textbooks, enrollment fees that families are expected to cover. And if you're a young woman like Matilda, it's hard to keep going to school once you have a boyfriend or get married. Matilda's husband, when they were still dating, he would go and pick her up from school, and he'd get jealous seeing her talk to male classmates. Who are you talking to? He'd ask. He might go a little farther. Don't you know college is for loose women? Or that the workplace in general is for loose women? And that's how a lot of women like Matilda get guilted into dropping out of school and becoming a homemaker. Not that there's anything wrong with choosing to be a homemaker. I'm just saying that's a trajectory that's very common for my clients. And like many couples from Matilda's generation, her husband ventured up to the United States in the 90s and got agricultural work while she stayed in Mexico with the kids. Once her husband got more settled and found an employer willing to sponsor for his immigration status, he didn't want to go through the hoops of having Matilda come in through the proper legal channels. No, he pressured her to come in without permission with the help of a smuggler. Very common. Matilda, like many Mexican women her age, 56 in our community, entered the United States without permission in the 1990s, before 9/11. At that time, our US-Mexico border was very porous, very lax. It was not uncommon for people to cross, get caught, get thrown back, and just repeat it over and over until they finally succeeded in getting over here and staying here. And very often, there was no documentation, no fingerprint taking, no photograph taking of these encounters. And so the result is that Matilda, like a lot of women her age, have just gone decades here in the United States, just living under the radar, while her husband went on to be a US citizen and a pillar of the community. But during those decades, Matilda put up with a lot of outbursts, a lot of fists through the drywall, and a lot of jump scare horror and psychological horror on the part of her husband. And even though Omaha police, they make it very clear, they don't care about immigration status. They really just want victims to be safe. People like Matilda don't know that. So very often, she didn't call the police. Fortunately, like I mentioned, there is a form of relief for people like Matilda who are married to abusive US citizens. It's the Violence Against Women Act. And once she finally gets her work permit and her Social Security number, a process that can sometimes take up to 3 years, that's when Matilda finally sees some real improvements in her life. With a work permit and a Social Security number, she can get a driver's license. And with a driver's license and, permission to work legally, she can finally strike out on her own, apply for jobs that pay well, build credit. And I think one of the
the happiest moments for me in my job is when clients tell me, oh, I need to change my address, and I'm typing it into the case management system, and I'm like, so what's the apartment number? And they're like, no apartment number. I bought a house. That's a good moment. The next person I want to tell you about is Karen. And she's 19 from Guatemala. And I should preface that my mom is from Guatemala, but she never dressed like that. And my mother cannot make tortillas to save her life. And that's because there's two Guatemalas. There's Ladino Guatemala, Ladino. Ladino Guatemalans, like my mom, they make up about 40% of the country. They're the ones who assimilated into Western culture as Spaniards and other Europeans brought it to them. Latinos like my mom speak Spanish, wear clothes like we're wearing right now, live in urban centers, and tend to be Catholic or some kind of Christian. But there's an even bigger, horribly oppressed indigenous population. Most of them live in indigenous communities on their ancestral sacred land. Most of them speak not Spanish. Spanish might be their third or fourth language because they speak Mam, Quiche, or Conjobal dialects. And a lot of them still wear traditional woven garb, and each pattern is indicative of where they're from, kind of like a Scottish tartan. And even though they are the majority, they are regarded as the minority in terms of their access to education, employment, healthcare, and justice. It's just all severely limited compared to the access afforded to their Ladino counterparts in the city. And this kind of disparity is very apparent in cases like Karen's. Her grandparents and parents back in Guatemala were deeply involved in protecting their ancestral lands from foreign investors who wanted to undertake mining and hydroelectric projects without regard to, groundwater safety or the environment in general. And unfortunately, in cases like these, the Guatemalan military likes to intervene on behalf of the investors. And one day, Karen's grandfather, who was a leader in the protests, he disappeared, because that's what can happen when you organize and protest in Guatemala. And another personal aside, the lack of freedom of speech is a big reason why my father, a Peace Corps volunteer and an expat living in Guatemala, no longer wanted to live there and brought my mom to the safest place he knew, Nebraska. So Karen and her siblings, they were scared, and they fled to the United States to reunite with their parents who were already here. Unfortunately, Karen's mom wasn't the same as she remembered her. Karen's mom had developed a pretty serious drinking problem. And that's common, unfortunately. A lot of education is still needed in our immigrant communities about processing the trauma that follows people from their home countries. A lot more work is needed with emotion regulation and not relying on alcohol and drugs to self-soothe. And what would happen is Karen's mom was lashing out at Karen's dad, police were showing up, and eventually Karen's mom got removed from the United States after getting her second DUI. She made the mistake of picking up Karen's little US-born siblings from daycare while intoxicated. And Karen's mom tried to come back in, but she was caught and sent back. It's been several years now, and they haven't heard from her. She has disappeared, and she's presumed dead. And Karen's dad, he's pretty macho. He's a tough guy, but he's still a victim of domestic violence. And because he reported Karen's mom to police, he qualifies for a U visa. And because Karen is still under 21, her dad has included her in his application.
that's going to be their pathway to legal status. So, are we okay? Okay. This is really like intense. One more. I'm going to tell you about Mabel. Oh, no. And so Mabel is 21 and she's from Nicaragua. And back in Nicaragua, Mabel and her sisters were university students, and they belonged to Azul y Blanco, or Blue and White, a student protest group. They were protesting the president/dictator, Daniel Ortega, because he's basically been plundering the Social Security coffers and making it hard for Mabel's grandparents to make ends meet. Again, freedom of speech is nowhere near as robust in Latin America as it is here. And just for showing up to protests, Mabel and her sisters were subjected to beatings and molestations by paramilitary officials. And their mom, who's like 50-something, she had nothing to do with Azul y Blanco, but she was still subjected to unlawful searches and seizures in her house. And the mom spent a year in jail because of her daughter's political activities. So they weren't doing so hot in Nicaragua. And one day on Facebook Messenger, they got messaged by Darlene, an old neighbor who had moved to Sarpy County. "Come on up here," she says. "Stay with me and, I'll help you get on your feet." And they all knew and trusted Darlene, and they couldn't keep living under these oppressive conditions. So they took a risk and came up here. And the first few days in Darlene's house seemed okay, like a little cramped, but they made it here. Then a man in a truck rolled up, and Darlene told them to pack their things and get in the truck. "This guy's my friend," she says. "He'll help you with the jobs and the house search and everything." But once they reached his place, a dilapidated mobile home in Carter Lake, and once Mabel and her sisters realized that the windows were screwed and glued shut and there were cameras everywhere, including the bathroom, that's when it sank in. Darlene had taken advantage of their need to escape Nicaragua, and she took advantage of their trust in her as a former neighbor. She used this to lure them to the United States, then sold them to a stranger she met on Facebook Marketplace. I swear to God, we should have a whole conference on Facebook Marketplace and how dangerous it is. That's an aside. Anyway, and that's really how like a lot of trafficking cases go. The trafficker is not like some mustached guy in a members only jacket in a white van. Like it's almost always somebody you already know who sees a need and uses that need to exploit you. And Mabel and her mother and her sisters were exploited. They were expected to do domestic work without pay. That's indentured servitude. And they were expected to perform sexual favors in exchange for their safety. If they didn't comply, the trafficker threatened to destroy their passports and their other documents and have them sent back to Nicaragua. Unfortunately, this is super common and not just happening in Carter Lake. I didn't mean for us to be like poo-pooing on Carter Lake, but it just happened. And it's happening all across the metro. And it's happening in rural Nebraska as well. Fortunately, Mabel and her sisters were able to escape. And now they're on track to get legal status through two means. Because of the persecution they suffered in Nicaragua because of their political opinion, they qualify for asylum. And because they reported the trafficking they suffered to police, they're on track to get a T visa. So, okay. I finally want to dedicate some time to, I talked to you about what we're doing in my office to kind of promote inclusion. And I think you're all here today because you want to make your workplaces more inclusive. So I want to spend a little time on the nuts and bolts of what that can look like. So in Benson, there's a mural. I don't know if you've seen it. It's like all psychedelic looking, and it says like "Refugees Welcome." I don't like that mural. It's like meaningless feel-goodery. First of all, why just "Refugees Welcome"? And secondly, a mural is not enough. It's just lip service. And nobody go paint a mural. Please make sure you're just doing these other more meaningful things. First of all, raise your hand if you're a notary. All right. Okay, thank you, notaries. Very often, the first time my clients encounter actual discrimination in Nebraska, it's when they're trying to get something notarized. Unfortunately, there are a lot of notaries in the state, not you guys, you're right here. There are a lot of notaries in this state who think that satisfactory evidence of the principal's identity is limited to US issued identification. But you all look at the Secretary of State's website, and you all know that that's not what the Secretary of State requires. Among the methods required or permitted, it's a government-issued ID card, regardless of what government issued it, and a passport, not necessarily a US passport. And so you go talk to your notary friends and make sure that they're not turning away ID documents that aren't US issued. Not only is that not in the spirit of what the Secretary of State wants for us notaries, but it could be considered discrimination based on nationality, because that's essentially rejecting documents from a particular nation in favor of US documents. So I know none of you are doing that, but another thing is we want to keep in mind that just because someone is an immigrant and doesn't speak English proficiently, that doesn't mean they don't have money. If a woman from Jordan walks into your office tomorrow and plunks down $10,000 to retain you as her attorney for her divorce, but she doesn't speak English, are your offices equipped right now to take her case and represent her zealously? If your immediate response is like, "Oh no, I could never take her case," ask yourself why that is. If she's got the money, the only thing stopping you really is the language barrier. And to that, I have a couple of very simple recommendations. World Speaks is an amazing nonprofit here in Omaha. They offer consultation to businesses on how they can better serve populations with limited English proficiency. And so they can do starter things like translate your pamphlets, your intake forms, your website. But hiring a consultant's kind of next level. Really, what most firms need is just an account with Language Line Solutions. It's what my office uses, because think about it. We have people coming in from all corners of the planet, and they walk into our lobby. So we have this sign with like 70 different languages in all the different alphabets. People just point to the language they need. We call the 1-800 number, and it's this pretty straightforward pay-as-you-go interpreter service. My office uses it. So do schools, hospitals, law enforcement in the area. Oh, you have a question?
Are interpreters immediately available?
Yes, they have two different services. They do have on demand for the most common languages. Yeah, maybe for like more obscure dialects, like the ones from Guatemala, that might take, you may be put on hold. But otherwise, most of it should be like on demand Mandarin, on demand Arabic, etc. So yeah, I highly recommend that. Even if you don't use it, just having that can put you are way more prepared to be able to accept clients who aren't English language proficient. Let's see.
And this paper's too thick and I don't know if I turned it. And also, I'm just thinking about, we're all lawyers working at, and paralegals, and we're all working at law firms. And there's just certain things that we spend money on because that's just part of the job. Like my office hires a caterer at least 4 or 5 times a year. And as part of my community outreach work, I have to meet people for coffee a lot. And I'm sure you go through those motions and expenses as well. But here in Omaha, we are really lucky to live in a vibrant cosmopolitan community where we can be intentional and inclusive about who we're patronizing through our business expenses. So, a little challenge for you, maybe instead of ordering lunch from, I don't know, Pickleman's for the millionth time, you could give House of Ba a try. They're an immigrant-owned catering company, and their menu and presentation always impresses. And I mean, we all have to have meetings, and so it's very easy to say, meet me at the Starbucks, meet me at the Panera. But maybe you could ask your colleague to meet you at Lucy Ethiopian Coffee on Saddle Creek. It's super cute, and you're helping a local immigrant businesswoman. And I think you can also get a scone there. Then finally, if you're wondering, where you can give your time and charity in a way that's promoting inclusion, please consider these local organizations. Yates Illuminates, In Common, and Intercultural Senior Center all offer amazing programming. Not just English classes, but activities that pull immigrants out of isolation and help them engage more with the community. Stevens Center is a homeless shelter in town. It's a homeless shelter here in town, and it's where almost all of my trafficking victims end up in the immediate aftermath after escaping their trafficker. And Comunidad Maya Pishan Isham is specially tailored to meet the cultural and spiritual needs of Indigenous Guatemalans living in Nebraska. So that's all I had. And here I'm finishing with a picture of my mom, a Guatemalan immigrant, and we're drinking coffee at Lucy's Ethiopian Coffee. So thanks so much. And I do have a few minutes for questions. Oh. Yes.
How many people do you serve annually?
Oh, like a lot. I really don't know because I would venture that on the immigrant legal services side, I think we're in the 700 to 800 clients at least. With respect to refugee resettlement, I couldn't tell you. That's how new we are. We're still talking to each other about our data, but it's I would say in the low thousands. Yeah. Yes.
So when like an immigrant marries a citizen, I heard that they don't automatically become citizen. You know what I'm
Yes.
that process.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I am so mad at TV because they make it look like that's what it can do.
So they're trying to get them together in case they come and look in or whatever.
Yeah. It's really hard. Like, yes, I think movies and TV have made it look like it's really easy. You can just, marrying a US citizen is just your ticket to legal status. But unfortunately, that's not the case for a lot of people, particularly if they entered without permission. If they entered with a student visa or a tourist visa, which you might see with maybe more people from Europe or Africa, that might be more doable. But for the vast majority of people trying to use that avenue, they entered without permission. And so it's not so easy peasy. They can get married to a US citizen, but they gotta go back to their home country and go to the US embassy there and do their visa stuff there. And the scary thing is that they could be denied and they may end up finding themselves stuck in their home country for 10 years. So yes, I wish people, I'm working slowly on dispelling that myth. Yes, any edit? Yes.
Does anybody really do that? What you just described?
Yes, there was a girl I grew up with, and her husband spent 10 years outside the country waiting to work his time off so that he could come back in with permission as her husband and become a permanent resident. Yeah, people really do that, unfortunately. Yeah. So, yes, it's pretty wild. So I would love to come over to your organizations and present and get into more nitty gritties about immigration law. So please keep me in mind. And then you could also invite Cesar, who will be coming up next to present. Well, not next, but later this afternoon. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Thanks so much for having me.
Good afternoon. Let me see if I get this thing squared away. Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, to Kim and Amber for the outreach and the invitation to be here today, and to the Omaha Bar Association and the Nebraska Paralegal Association for this opportunity. I know you're thinking, how does this old picture fit into what we've been listening to today? I don't want to have to follow the presenters, but I'm going to have to anyway. And thank you, Astrid, and to Dr. Chatters for I'm a former educator. I sat through a lot of curriculum days and in-service meetings thinking, please let me get one thing out of this that might have value. This whole day has been just nugget after nugget. This photograph is taken on the steps of the Creighton Administration Building in January of 1948. It depicts a group that I'm going to visit with you very in depth today called the Omaha DePorres Club. And it was a group in Omaha, Nebraska from 1947 to 1960, off and on, really active from 47 to 54. And if I say Omaha, Nebraska, 1947, civil rights, that doesn't seem like those go together right away. I mean, you think civil rights, it happened far, far away in a planet or in a galaxy a long time ago. It happened in Omaha, Nebraska, prior to what we think of as the beginning of the national civil rights movement. And one of the things this group dealt with, surprise, surprise, the legal system, because the legal system was entrenched in housing, employment, regarding the ability of African Americans in Omaha to experience equity and inclusion. And I just want to point out a few things on this photograph. I'll tell you what my connection, you're thinking, as a former elementary teacher up here talking about this, I'll tell you in a minute. This guy right there is a gentleman, that's my late father, his name is Denny Holland. He was the president of the Omaha DePorres Club from 1947 to 1954, because that gentleman, Father John Marcoux, he was a Jesuit priest at Creighton University. He and my dad visited, and shortly after that, they decided to start this group. That woman right there is a woman named Bertha Calloway. If you've heard of the Great Plains Black History Museum, she founded the Great Plains Black History Museum. That is a gentleman named Ray Matoyer. If you know anything about North Omaha, the Matoyer family is a prominent historical family in North Omaha. And did, yes. That is a woman named Mary Frederick, and that is her daughter, Virginia Walsh. Virginia Walsh is still alive. She's 95 years old. She lives by Elmwood Park. I visit with her regularly. She once, just recently told me, actually asked me, Matt, did we really do that? She's remembering back when she was 19, 20 years old and thinking, did we really do that? So think about that as we move forward. This also, I was telling someone, this photograph in 1948, the photograph itself is scandalous. Because if I don't want to explain to you, but it's pretty apparent, by the mix of male, female, black, white, it alone caused scandal in North Omaha, scandal at Creighton, and scandal that drew the attention of the Omaha Police Department. This is your clue that I was an elementary school teacher. An objective, yeah, I had an objective. Boys and girls, what are we doing today? Well, we're going to do this. As I wrote this, or actually as I found out about this conference and was invited to present, I thought, oh, I could have named my books Courageous Persistence. Because that's what this group is about. So my goal today is to help you develop an understanding of the courageous persistence of the members of the Omaha Divorce Club, as well as their motivation and methods and their pioneering efforts for inclusion and equity in Omaha. And the old saying, you have to know history to where you came from to know where you are. History repeats itself, or at least rhymes. In moments like this, and moments in general in history, it's important to know and understand how people have dealt with standing up and being courageous to advocate for equity and inclusion, and maybe learn from that, how do we do that in this moment. So really quickly about me, this is the fast slide. I was born and raised in Omaha. My parents, when I tell people I'm here because of the Omaha Divorce Club, I mean I'm here because of the Omaha Divorce Club. My parents met in the Omaha Divorce Club because of Father John Marcoux. My dad was the president, my mom was the secretary, and that was the beginning of my family, was because of the Omaha Divorce Club. But then as I got older, I had an opportunity to do some research. I found out some more about the Divorce Club. I got to a point where I realized, oh, bleep, I have to write a book. I wrote a book. That book got taken over by Father John Marcoux. I chopped all that out, set that aside, knowing that that was going to be another book, and have been presenting this story to high school students, Creighton University, University of St. Thomas, St. Louis University. But what I invariably hear, raise your hand if you're born and raised in Omaha or been here for most of your life. Have you ever heard of the Omaha Divorce Club? Okay, that's amazing. That's the first time I ever had. I can't tell you the number of people who are lifelong Omahas who come up to me after and say, how could I never have heard of this? It's a good question, and I'll try to explain it. So you're going to see lots and lots of primary source document images that came from the collection that my father kept after he left the club, after the club disbanded. He kept them in our house. When he passed away, my 4 brothers and 2 sisters said, they're yours. I kept them for many years, researching my books, and then I recently donated them to the Creighton University Archives. So I have the permission from Pete Brink, the archivist at Creighton, to use all of these images, but really, they're mine. And if anybody's interested, I'm not good at sales, but at the end, if you're interested, I do have a handful of books that you're welcome to purchase. So we're going to start with John Marcoux, because without John Marcoux, there's no Omaha Divorce Club. There's no my dad being the president. There's none my mom and my dad meeting. John Marcoux, as I said, required a whole completely second book for me. He's this amazing guy that was born in St. Paul, Minnesota in 1890. Goes to West Point, is an All-American football player, develops a drinking problem at West Point, and that becomes his albatross till the day he dies. He manages to graduate from West Point he gets a couple of gimmies from the commandant of the general in charge of West Point. He goes to the Mexican border to fight Pancho Villa. He's a first lieutenant, and he makes it about 5 months before the list of things in the court-martial. This includes pulling a gun on a fellow soldier, dragging a patron out of a bar, resisting arrest under the influence but as it sounds better if you say for behavior and becoming an officer. He is court-martialed and dismissed. His family is a prominent family in St. Louis. His grandfather had been the mayor of St. Paul, not St. Louis. He was in St. Louis for a long time. And he goes back to St. Paul after having been kicked out of the army, and he's disgraced his family. I found at least 11 articles that were on the front pages of papers in Ogden, Utah, Honolulu, Hawaii, Omaha, dismissed for drunk and disorderly. It was like to crawl on CNN. And he goes back to St. Paul. His family tries to get him back into the military. He actually goes back down with the Minnesota National Guard. But then he decides to do the thing that really, truly makes the most sense. He joins the Jesuits. That's a lovely left turn. But his brother, William, was in the Jesuits. His brother, William, kept picking at him, saying, you sure you're doing what God wants you to do? You sure? And John's like, well, they won't take me. And he said, only notorious criminals cannot be admitted to the Jesuits. And John's like, well, I'm not notorious. So he and William end up at St. Stanislaus Seminary outside of St. Louis. John enters in 1917. A thing called the St. Louis Race Riot happens shortly after that. It's not clearly documented, but well over 100 African-American residents of East St. Louis are murdered, lynched. And this is within 11 miles of their St. Stanislaus Seminary. Following that, John and William and 2 other seminarians sign a document, a pledge, dedicating their lives to the salvation of the Negroes in the United States, and to pledge daily, and they do. And they argue an argument that at the time made as much sense as saying you were going to go to the moon, like Dr. Chadders, in 1917. They argued that racial discrimination was immoral and, in the Catholic disposition, a sin against charity and justice. Now, there wasn't a Christian religion, in the United States that would have agreed to that. The Catholic Church in the United States did not state that fact until 1958 in a letter from the bishops. So John Marcoux and his brother, they're good Jesuits, they're obedient, but on the side, no matter where they were, St. Louis, Milwaukee, Denver, Detroit, John was here in Omaha in 1930, they were always doing something to try to honor that pledge. In Milwaukee, John got, for the first time, an African-American student admitted to the men's sodality, which was like a campus organization. You can see the background of this photo. John was in St. Louis in 1944. He was a major player in getting St. Louis University to admit black students. In the headwinds, facing the headwinds of the Jesuit leadership of the university, who made the same arguments that John would hear for most of his life. It's too soon. If we admit black students, all the white students will leave. Will the girls be safe? That was the Jesuit leadership was saying that to John. Now remember, he's a trained military officer, was in the U.S. Cavalry. He knew how to put together an operation. And he managed, using publicity, encouraging other Jesuits to participate, was able to basically corner the university and force them into admitting black students. In 1944, in Missouri, it's seen as a pioneering move in the Catholic Church and within education in the United States. One Jesuit described him, that it popped up beneath this photo there, that he was steadfast in doing all he could, the best he could, to speak truth to denial and complacency. I don't know if anybody's ever read a Louis L'Amour Western. We had them, and we had 4 older brothers that we had bookshelves full of them in our house. There was always this character that he had nothing to lose. And that was Louis L'Amour's like, that's the most dangerous man there is because he has nothing to lose. And you're like, yeah, that's the guy. John Marcoux is that guy. If you're in power and you want to make somebody stop doing something, family, promotions, more money, and the things you can do to say, here, take this, and if you'll stop, I'll let you have this. Marcoux didn't have any of those leverage points. So it made it difficult for the people who were trying to make him stop. He would just say, but it's wrong. And that's a hard thing to argue around. So he got moved quite a bit. But he landed in Omaha in 1946. You'll notice it was shortly after St. Louis admitted that's not a coincidence. The St. Louis Jesuits like, yeah, let's send him to Omaha. What can he do in Omaha? He lands in Omaha, and I think it was going to be like Siberia, basically. They thought maybe he'll just behave here. But he was quoted, he immediately knew the first thing he'd do when he'd land in a city, and the weird thing is Jesuit universities, Marquette, Detroit University, Creighton, always seemed to be abutted right onto the edge of what was the black community in that city. And in Omaha, Creighton University, Cummings Street, the ghetto. And that was beautiful for Marcoux, because what did he like to do? He loved to go into the black community and go, this is real. These people are genuine. This is my home. And so he knew the black community, and he described it, and he was brilliant. He was a mathematician, a philosopher, but this is what he described it later in his life. If you wondered what it was like in Omaha at the time, that Omaha's deeply systemic racism was a damnable, unwritten, illegal, immoral, rotten, but efficiently enforced by cowardly and sneaky means, policy of enforced segregation that included discrimination in every aspect of African Americans in Omaha. There were no signs, black, white, but if you were black and you walked into a restaurant, you'd get a Or if you were a traveling troupe that came in to put on a play and you went to stay in a hotel, you'd get, nope, you're not welcome here. So Omaha had a nickname that the black community used as kind of a code. It was the Birmingham of the North. So if you were coming in from Detroit or New York or Baltimore, it's like, oh, Omaha's that place that you got to keep your head down. And it was incredibly, incredibly racist. But on the surface, if you were white, you didn't know that was going on. So my dad, who had just kind of had an aha moment, realizing that African Americans lived differently than he did, and he sat down to talk to Father Marcoux, and they said, let's put together this group. They named it after St. Martin de Porres, who was a Catholic saint, who is the patron saint of interracial equality. He was a Dominican monk in Peru in the 1500s. His mother was a freed slave. His father was a Spanish knight or Spanish soldier. And they set about trying to do something about racism, discrimination in Omaha. And my dad said he thought he was joining a prayer group, which, that he was good with that. They were going to read the Bible, and they were going to maybe have some talks. And Marcoux was like, yeah, no, that's not what I'm about. And he immediately started pushing the members, and he would ask them this. When people would come back and say, Father, this, Father, are they discriminating? Is it wrong? Then go tell them. And members would remember that kind of put you in a spot. You either had to admit you didn't have the guts, or you had to go do it. And that photograph that's right there, that was the opening photograph, that's probably 6 of those people stayed members. A lot of people went to a couple meetings and went, no. And it rotated throughout the years, people coming in and coming and going. But a lot of it was just that courageous persistence of, you go and you tell people, you go to a business and say, what you're doing is wrong, we want you to change. And the business would be, why are you here? Who do you think you are? And that's exactly what they did for 7 years. They met every week, and they did things that predate the greater civil rights by years, if not decades. Marcoux had this printed. He wrote it up. It was on a little 3x5 back-to-back paper. So the members could carry it. 2, they could give it to the public when they were asked, who are you? It's written by a Jesuit. It basically talks about everybody's ability to a free, unencumbered life. And then towards the end it says, and we wholly oppose anything that impinges on that, including, and then it talks about racial discrimination. And then it says, we as the members pledge to do all we can to change that. And that's pretty heavy. And my dad was Virginia Walsh, late teens, early 20s. My dad was just out of the Navy, I think was 21. this was kind of like their whoopee. This is, they carried this around because everything they did, they'd come back to Marcoux, kind of like this, we're doing this right? Because everybody's telling us this is wrong. And so Marcoux had this printed, and if you read that, you think, boy, this is hard. I mean, why would anybody, I mean, you're going to do this in 1947, 1948 in the United States? But there was another side to it, and it's important to note, this was from the early meeting minutes. Somebody kept track of what the treasury was. There was no treasury, but they kept track of the few pennies they had. And this is a list of what they'd spent money on: buns, pop, burgers, potato chips, beer. But the best part is, the treasurer notes, the balance on hand is $4 and 2 cases of beer. So they found a way to manage that confrontation with letting off steam. And then Father Marcoux took that whole credo and he condensed it into one statement in a presentation he did to the Omaha packing house workers. And this is what he said. Packing house workers got that. They're like, that credo thing. Oh yeah, we're good with that. We understand. There is no, you can't misunderstand that particular statement. What are you for? What are you against? There it is. And Marcoux knew who he was speaking to when he was speaking to the packing house workers, and he said it just like that, and then he sat down. Because they had been, the Divorce Club had been rumored to be a communist-affiliated organization. Astrid, I feel like you, Dr. Chatters mentioned the 1950s, the senator, the communist scare. In 1950, 49, if you were for racial civil rights in the United States and you were white, you were by definition a communist. Communist Party is about what? Equality. One of the biggest advocates for civil rights, racial equality in the United States, that wasn't the NAACP, that wasn't the Urban League, was the United States Communist Party. And the Divorce Club had been accused of being communist. Marcoux went to this meeting to dispel that, and that was his way of dispelling that. Omaha, Nebraska, the all-American city. This is a postcard from November of 1950, sent out by the Kuntz Place neighborhood. I'm a parishioner at Sacred Heart Catholic Church on 23rd and Binney. This is the neighborhood that existed from 24th to about 16th, from just north of Lake to where King Science Center is now on Florence Boulevard. In 1950, that neighborhood was entirely white. Doctors, lawyers. There was a gated community. Sacred Heart, where I go, had St. Bridget and St. Francis on the altar, built by Irish Catholics. But a thing called blockbusting was happening because the ghetto, where blacks were forced to live in Omaha, population would increase and the city would have to, with bankers and realtors, and say, the population density is getting too high, we need to move. And realtors would get permission to start selling houses to blacks 2 blocks in or 2 blocks west. And this is from the Kuntz Place Neighborhood Association to its residents. Stop communism in the United States. But here's the good part. This is not from someplace in Mississippi or Alabama or Georgia. The opening line says, God hates cowards, especially those. It talks about Urban League agitators, Negro agitators, violating restrictive covenants and selling their homes to blacks. It throws in there for good measure that, remember, it's against the law for a white person to marry a black person in Nebraska. It talks about someone's running for the school board, and if you get a black member of the school board, that's going to be Negro teachers for your children. And then at the bottom, the whole purpose of this, it says, attention, if you're going to sell your house, call us, we can find a white buyer for you. But what would happen is, and realtors knew this, you'd get one realtor to sell because it was kind of like the opposite of musical chairs. You'd go in and you'd say, they're coming. They move the line. The minute a black person moves into this neighborhood, your value starts doing this. The sooner you get out, the more money you make. And we just happen to have, these were all Catholics, we just happen to have a new subdivision out west that has a church being built, and we have a home for you to buy when we buy yours at fire sale rates. So one person to buy, and then boom, in a matter of months, everybody in that neighborhood in those 2 blocks were gone. From 1950 to 1960, a bad nerd friend of mine who loves the census looked this up. 10,000 people, 10,000 white people moved out of that neighborhood between 1950 and 1960. The neighborhood went from being 100% Caucasian to 96.5% African American. And they all went to, I won't name the Catholic parishes if you know those parishes that were west Omaha at the time were founded by the people that fled their parish because of the black community moving in. I mentioned they were dealing with the legal system. Those restrictive covenants that were like the shield to protect you from those black people that were going to come into your neighborhood. In 1948, the United States Supreme Court ruled that they were in violation of the 14th Amendment. So they didn't have any value in preventing people from technically selling their house to a black person, but they were still used. In this case, this is an article from the Omaha World Herald in 1950. The residents were suing their fellow residents. They weren't going after the blacks who had moved in, but for violating the covenant. So it wasn't necessarily that they were saying the covenant could keep the people out. It could be used as a threat to keep residents from selling. And this quote from this wonderful book, courts could not recognize racial covenants after 1948, but these documents could still bolster a neighborhood's sense of the rightness of whiteness, and they could send a message to would-be interlopers. And that's what was going on in Omaha in 1950. And the Divorce Club, one of the first things they did is they walked that neighborhood and went door to door and asked people if they had a restrictive covenant or not. And almost everybody did. There were a couple of people that said they weren't good with that. But so the Divorce Club jumped right into it. Father Marcoux kind of said, hey, you guys, let's take a weekend and we'll just walk the neighborhood and find what. And at that time, I'm sure the Divorce Club members like, what's a restrictive covenant? So Marcoux would just drop them right into that. Another way they dealt with housing was this gentleman. His name was Woodrow Morgan. He was a Tuskegee Airman. He was shot down over Italy. He was a German POW. Came back to Omaha, went to work for the railroad, and saved his money and bought his family a house on 31st and Parker. You know where Hardy's Coffee is, Big Mama's, the North development there, 75 North. Bought this house. It was a little problem. It was a block west of 30th Street. That was the line. The ghetto was from 30th to 16th, Lake to, and it had expanded over the years. But at that time, 30th Street was the western boundary of where blacks could live. He was able to get someone to sell in that house, but when the neighbors found out, they were not well received. This is a passage from the Divorce Club News, their little newsletter that they put out. Last month, a Negro gentleman bought a home on the edge of the so-called white neighborhood. When the word got out that he intended to move in, the house was stoned. This was brought to the attention of the club. We took his moving in as a project and went in small interracial groups. And then this is from the Divorce Club notes that were in the Omaha Star, the black newspaper of Omaha. And it talks about Woodrow Morgan came to a meeting and talked about some of the experience that he had had as he was moving in and thanked the club for their efforts. And he then joined the club. And my dad was there the day they moved in. Marcoux was there also. But my dad remembered that Woodrow Morgan had in the corner of the porch, as they were bringing in the boxes, there was a shotgun and a rifle leaning in the corner of the porch, just in case. They didn't use them, but they were there if necessary. that idea of racism being a sin was the thing that kept the young, mostly Catholics, centered. They're like, this is a sin, this is a sin, this is a sin, I can do this. And Marcoux just drove that point home in everything he did. And he wrote this pamphlet in 1951, A Moral Appraisal of an Individual Act of Racial Discrimination. He used the moral theology that he had learned in Jesuit seminary. It's a 4-page treatise, proof. If a white owner refuses to serve a black customer, is that immoral? And then he spends 3 pages going through St. Thomas Aquinas and those guys, and at the end, yes, it is, because it violates justice and charity and all those things. And the Divorce Club had these, but then Marcoux, bless him, sent one to all 15,000 parish priests in the United States. He had a good friend from Minnesota, Emmett Colligan, hey, Colligan man, the soft water treatment guy. Anyway, he and John Marcoux grew up together. Marcoux got Emmett Colligan to pay to send these to 15,000 priests and their superiors in the United States. And you can notice on the front, this is very important, it has the imprimatur, which is meaning this has been cleared by the theologians. It is okay to print and distribute from a bishop not a bishop in Omaha, but a bishop in Michigan, I believe. So he had these mailed out. The Divorce Club would give them out to people. But it was his way, again, to try to, more than anything, convince the members that what they were doing was right. Besides housing, they also dealt with employment. And that was one of Marcoux's things is, well, if you're living in the black community and all the businesses refuse to hire you except to do menial tasks, let's go and see what we can do to change that. So between 1948 and 1954, they targeted North Omaha businesses that either refused to hire blacks when all the customers were blacks, or would only hire them to do menial tasks. The Divorce Club would always go in and say, we're trying to convince you to do the right thing. One time a company responded to that. No other time they did. So the Divorce Club then would say, oh, we hate to do this. We're going to do this thing called a boycott, which in Omaha was scandalous. It's like, you're going to put a company out of business? The Divorce Club said, we really don't want to. They write letters, they would meet with them, and they ended up doing a number of boycotts. Another thing, and we'll get the boycotts in just a quick second, but Marcoux had learned when he was in St. Louis, his quote was, and this is what he was quoted as saying, those who are dragging their feet on ending racial segregation most dislike publicity. Below that is an article from that integration of St. Louis University. When the president of St. Louis University was approached by Marcoux about changing their policy, his decision was, I'll write a letter to a handful of alumni from the university and ask them what they think. And it had a question in it, would your daughter feel comfortable attending a university with Negro students? Would your son feel comfortable? So that letter was sent out. Somebody told Marcoux about it. Marcoux took it to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. And basically that highlighted part is the president of St. Louis University saying, that wasn't supposed to be public, and whoever released it was not so greatly a friend of the university. That person was John Marcoux, but there's no fingerprints there. Did he disobey his superiors as a Jesuit? No. He was a master of forgiveness after permission. His goal was to do the right thing. And in his mind, he could do these things if the end goal was appropriate. In Omaha, there were a couple of African-American newspapers, but they ended up developing a rapport with the Omaha Star, and that was their publicity piece. So to go back to my original point where people come up to me and say, how come I don't know this? They're all people that look like me, that lived in Omaha, that didn't know what was going on in the black community. But if you read the Omaha Star, which meant if you were black in Omaha, because this was the paper that was published, still published on North 24th Street. You can get a copy at Hy-Vee or an online. I'm not selling subscriptions, but and Mildred Brown, who is this woman right here, she was the owner and publisher. She was a businesswoman. She knew a headline like that's going to sell papers. So they became symbiotic. When the DePorres Club was kicked off its Creighton campus in 48, when they were asked to find another meeting place, then they opened a center on 24th and Grace. That lasted 2 years until they couldn't afford the $40 a month rent. They went and they met for the next 4 years in the Omaha Star building. And they got a free meeting place. She got breaking news when they did things like this. And just so you know, for clarification, that it's my dad, Denny Holland. That's Mildred Brown's common law husband, Max Brownell. There's Father Mark Koo. This lady is Jean Waite. She's the secretary of the club. She married him. That's where my family started. And this is a woman named Eve Hanna. She was an older member of the DePorres Club. That picture was probably taken in about 1950. So the DePorres Club and the Omaha Star people became confused, like were they somehow affiliated, but they were not. So the Omaha Council Bluffs Street Railway Company, the early version of Metro Area Transit, was known for not hiring, when the DePorres Club said, well, we should see who doesn't hire blacks. And the black members of the club are like, we have a list. Nobody does. But the one that was tenacious about it was the bus company, the street railway company. It was known that if you went and applied, they wouldn't even take your application. So in 1948, Father Marcoux went and met with the leadership. He wrote this in a letter just a while ago. I spent an hour and a half discussing the possibility of them employing a few Negro drivers. He points out that both the president and the vice president were Catholics. And then he sent the DePorres Club members to go visit with them. And my dad was in that group. And the vice president talked about, well, the union decides where the drivers go. Neighborhoods wouldn't be ready for this. And then he dropped the bomb. And this was 1948, my dad was 22. The vice president, this is when he knew he was going to have to push back. He said, and you know that if we have a black driver and the run comes to the end of the route and there's a single white woman on board, you know what will happen. And my dad went back and said, Father, you won't believe what he said. And Father said, oh, I know, he told me the same thing. We're going to do this now. And he just kind of turned him around and pushed him back out the door. But that was an education for people like my dad who had grown up in Kansas. The people who were members of the club who were from North Omaha were like, well, yeah, of course he said that. But it gave my dad and people like Virginia Walsh and some of those other white members an opportunity to be like, oh, that's a level that we didn't imagine. So this went from 1948 to 1954, off and on, fits and starts, while they were doing a ton of other things. They had public meetings. You can see there's pictures of the picket signs they used. And this is my favorite. This was, they started a petition and they were handing out, trying to get signatures for the petition in front of St. Cecilia's Cathedral after Sunday Mass. And these two gentlemen, the gentleman on the bottom is a guy named Bill Reed. He was the vice president of the club at the time. He was from British Guiana. He had never experienced discrimination before as a black man until he came to the United States and went, wow. Especially when he found out that the Catholic Church discriminated, that he had to go to St. Benedict the More, the racially segregated Catholic Church. So he became a member of the club. And then the gentleman talking to Father Marcoux was a guy named Chet Anderson. He was a English professor at Creighton, and they were both there collecting petition signatures. Then they went to a cafe nearby. Some of you may know the cafe I'm talking about, right there on 40th. And they ordered, and all the white members got their orders on nice white china, and Bill Reed got his on a dirty paper plate and a dirty paper cup. So Chet Anderson walked up with Bill Reed's plate and dumped it on the counter. And Bill Reed followed with the coffee cup and dumped it on top of the pile on the counter. Police were called. They were charged with disturbing the peace. Chet Anderson, he was an English professor. He called it the Great St. Cecilia's Danish case. And they were charged with disturbing the peace, and the members collected $22 to cover their legal fees. I looked it up. That's $388 today. So these were people who had no money. They helped pay their legal fees. Again, everywhere they turned, they were stepping over some municipal code, some law on the books of Nebraska. They continued through 1948, 49, 50, 51, 52. The flyer on the right that says protest by using 18 pennies. It costs 18 cents to ride the streetcar or the bus. The idea was you would come in with 18 pennies instead of using a token and you just dump it in the fare box. It would jam the fare box, it would fill the fare box up, it would delay routes. The company ignored it. But it was a brilliant nonviolent way to disrupt things. They had special deals with drugstores. You could go in and they had piles of 18 pennies that you could buy from them. And then finally in 1954, when you finally built a coalition with the NAACP, the Omaha Urban League, and the city told the bus company that in order to continue and renew their charter, they were going to have to change their hiring policies, and they hired these 4 gentlemen to drive buses in 1954. So while all that was going on, they were boycotting other companies like Ed Home Sherman Laundry, which was a laundry on 24th and Willis, a block south of 24th and Lake. The Divorce Club went in and said, all your customers are black. You don't have any black clerks, you don't have any black drivers. The only African Americans you employ are in the back doing the laundry. We think maybe you should change that. And the owners looked at him and said, why are you here? Nobody's ever brought this up before, and why would we listen to you? They're a bunch of kids and a couple of housewives. And then the Divorce Club left, and I'm sure the laundry thought, well, we'll never see them again. If you've ever seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid at the end when they're being tracked and somebody says, who are these guys? Butch and Sundance are trying to lose the guys that are tracking them. And they keep looking back and the guys are still there. And then they do all that, they go over the river. Anyway, the guys are still there, and Butch and Sundance look at each other and go, who are these guys? That's the Divorce Club. It's like, who are these guys? And they were John Markowitz, who they were. But so they go in at Home Sherman, tell them they should, they write these beautiful letters, full page. We think you should do the right thing. And they used things like American ideals because they were trying to battle that communist taint. And in July, they wrote this letter to the ownership. That laundry went out of business because when the owners died, they sold their business to another laundry. The Divorce Club just moved the boycott to the other laundry. And in February, that laundry hired a young black woman to work as a clerk. But then a beautiful thing happened, which happened multiple times. A ripple effect happened. Other laundries are like, oh, hell no, we don't want that to happen to us. We hired 2 guys. We hired another guy. And then there's this beautiful thing. Puritan Laundry opened. Guess who worked there? Manager, assistant manager. Entire business was staffed by African Americans. It was like, hey, you want to bring your business to work? So that was in response to the Divorce Clubs targeting that one laundry. And that one lasted from July to February of 51, so a number of months. Now they're doing this all for free. Nobody ever got paid a nickel. And they're doing it while in the black community, they're going, who are these people? And the police are like, who are these people? And Creighton University is like, goodbye. They're facing all of that. Coca-Cola Bottling Company, same thing. When asked why they wouldn't hire blacks, well, it might upset our white employees. The Divorce Club, again, this nice letter signed by president of the Divorce Club. You told me over the phone there'd been no change. They did not want to do these boycotts, trust me. It was the last thing they wanted to do. We will start with our program of educating to let people know of the situation, stop supporting discrimination. Leaflets, picket signs, that sign says, Omaha Coke unfair to Negroes, don't buy Coke. Divorce Club members went up and down North 24th Street and got signatures. Now, in your mind, imagine North 24th Street today. And then try to imagine this. They went to door to door to door. Not everybody signed the petition. Some people are like, yeah, no, I don't want anything to do with that. They got this, they got this, they got 47 businesses along North 24th Street to sign a petition, said that they would not carry Coke. Coca-Cola finally gave in, said they would change their hiring policies. Mac Gothard, who was the manager of Coca-Cola, 15 years later, he was interviewed. A guy was doing his master's thesis at Creighton, and this is what Mac Gothard said about the Omaha Divorce Club. If there's anything I can say about the Divorce Club is that they were ahead of their time. That's the name of my first book. That's where I got that, actually. The methods and pressures used were not thought of in those days. I was shocked by their tactics, and this is the beautiful one with young people. If confronted by such a group today, my hair would not bristle upon my back as it did then. And I always ask kids, when does the hair on the back of your neck stand up? When you're having a good time, right? No, this was the manager of Coca-Cola, and he was who are these people? And this is what happened, again, that ripple effect. Robert's Dairy, hey, we hired a couple more black drivers. In fact, we had a couple guys, and we hired a couple more. And then 7-Up Bottling Company suddenly went from a couple of black employees to 6, I believe. And that was just in response to they didn't want what happened to Coke to happen to them. The Divorce Club had an FBI file. Father Marcoux and my dad were called in to speak with the field agent. And this highly redacted bit, they said, and one of them, they said, we don't think there'll be a problem in the future. And then somebody in pencil wrote, probably. Because they still weren't quite sure. Reed's Ice Cream was another company. Same letter. Don't buy Reed's Ice Cream because they refuse to hire African Americans. Same thing. We're going to start a boycott because we've already asked you to hire. This is some photographs in front. The guy in the straw hat is a guy named George Barton. He was in charge of picketing for Reed's Ice Cream. There he is again. You can see the Reed's Ice Cream sign. In the background, this is on the corner of 24th and Wirt. In the background is the Goodwin Barbershop where Ernie Chambers cut hair. Still there. This is a vacant, the Reed's Ice Cream is a vacant lot now. A young man was arrested, 14-year-old kid. Things got a little dicey that night. They finally, after a year, this one of the best opening lines in a lead in a newspaper. After a year of heavy loss in business, Reed's Ice Cream hired. And then this is what the Divorce Club did in response. If you've ever heard of the term Christian forgiveness, that's it. This wasn't about you. This wasn't to destroy you. You did the right thing. Thank you. Can I have an ice cream cone? But this is the one time where somebody did something prior. They got a letter, and Yellow Cab said, thank you for the letter. We hired some black drivers, and it might cause some problems, but we feel good about having done the right thing. That was a treasure to find that. It's like there was somebody out there that's like, yeah, you're right. We should probably do that. And it was probably good business. I'm going to move through these because I've gone over my time. Nebraska's Constitution, written early 1893, this law was thrown in, basically saying that you couldn't discriminate in places of entertainment. So the Divorce Club used that to their advantage. They tested roller skating rinks. These 3 guys were turned away. My dad was allowed in. As my dad pointed out, it was really amazing to find that law, but then he said that then the laws had to be enforced. The roller rink, after multiple trials and delays, was fined the $25 for not allowing them, and then had to let them in after. This is a roller skating rink on 37th and Leavenworth. The lawyer wrote my dad and said, if you don't stop harassing my client, he will sue you. My dad was like, oh boy. So he wrote Father Marcoux, who happened to be in New York for West Point's reunion, 40th reunion, excuse me. And so Marcoux writes back and he says, Denny, don't worry about it. They're probably not, this wouldn't make any sense. The best defense against an attack is a counterattack. So he was pulling his military training, telling my dad, chill out, it's going to be okay. And then he said, now, all goes well here. They tested restaurants and hotels. This is a list of, they would send a black member in. Well, we don't have any rooms. A white member would go in. Yeah, which one do you want? They did sit-ins at restaurants. And then in 1954, after 7 years, they kind of went dormant. As my dad recalled later, One of the things he learned was that the problem wasn't uplifting the black community. The problem was getting the white community to get their feet off of the black necks. 1959, Wilbur Phillips, who had been a DePorce Club member, went to Drake, got his law degree, came back to Omaha. He took on the Omaha Public Schools for their refusal to hire blacks outside of North Omaha or in any high schools. They campaigned for a year with no effect, but then in 1963, Omaha Public Schools hired 5 teachers in high schools, and the efforts of the DePorce Club were used in the U.S. Justice suit that ended up forcing Omaha to segregate using busing and in hiring of their teachers. Father Marcoux wrote some columns right before his death. This is where that quote came from, him describing Omaha's racial system. And then he mentions, this is in 1964, I believe, he says that if the leadership in Omaha doesn't get this, trouble lies ahead. He was prescient. It was just years later, right before his death in 67, Omaha erupted multiple times in civil disobedience based on exactly what he was describing. Whitney Young, who was the head of the Omaha Urban League, was a colleague of Marcoux, went on to head the National Urban League. He had come back to Omaha and gave a speech about the same time this was written, and he was speaking to the Chamber of Commerce, and he said, and this was a quote, he said, "You people think you have a special kind of Negro here. You don't. They're no different than Watts, Newark, New Jersey, Detroit. People in Omaha, the white leadership in Omaha was like, oh, it wouldn't happen here." And they were wrong. And Marcoux saw it coming. Throughout his later life, he ended up working as a consultant or an honorary member of the 4CL, which was a Citizens Coordinating Committee for Civil Liberties, led by prominent African-American ministers. And then he started to be honored as the great man that he had, was told he was a crackpot for 48 years and then suddenly became this great man. One writer said, and at those events, the irony flowed like wine. And then in 1967, John Marcoux died. There's a hall at Creighton University named after him. There's a Jesuit community in St. Paul named after him and his brother. But in my mind, when people ask what can we do about things that are unjust, things that you know are wrong, I'm thinking that's a decent blueprint. And all it takes is the title of this conference, Courageous Persistence. And with that, I would love to answer any questions, but I know I've gone over.
Hi, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay, cool. I want to make sure I'm not too close or too far away from the microphone. So, like Dave said, my name is Ariel Magaña Linares. I am a senior attorney with the Center for Immigrant and Refugee Advancement. We're a nonprofit legal service organization that primarily serves immigrants and refugees. We have 3 distinct pillars of service. We have a legal team, we have a refugee resettlement team, and we have a social work team that all work in collaboration to provide good services for Nebraska's newest neighbors. So today I'm just going to jump straight into the material. We're going to talk about deportation and due process 101. So, as we all know, immigration is something that's very much in the news right now, and there's a lot of legal workers, attorneys, paralegals that are just curious about what is going on. Maybe you don't have the experience with immigration. Maybe immigration law seems very foreign to you, no pun intended, but you are still interested in the material and you want to know how to talk about these things in light of not just what's going on in the newspaper headlines, but what is actually the law. And so I think this is going to be a good crash course for people to at least get to know the subject. And if you're interested, maybe you're inspired to work in this kind of field. So the agenda for today is we're going to look at a brief introduction as to what our immigration laws consist of, some relevant authority, in other words, what is the law that we're basing all of this information off of, the relevant actors at play, in other words, what bodies of government are handling immigration law, and then we're going to get into policy rationales. Why is immigration law so different from, say, criminal law? We're going to talk about the mechanics of detention and removal. So that's going to take up the biggest chunk of this presentation. We're going to walk through what deportation proceedings actually look like for somebody going through that process. And then finally, we're going to cap it off with some contemporary issues. So we're going to look at some of the issues that are most in controversy right now. So starting off with an introduction, we're going to look at the relevant sources of authority and the actors at play here. I like to give people a little introduction on immigration due process. So up front, people ask, do immigrants have the right to due process when they're going through deportation proceedings? These are people who may or may not have entered the country unlawfully. What rights are they owed under the Constitution? And you can go back pretty far on some quite precedential Supreme Court cases that talk about the Fifth Amendment applying to immigrants who are going through removal proceedings or deportation proceedings. And so we know that immigrants, even if they are undocumented, still have constitutional rights under the Fifth Amendment. They have a right to due process. And normally the way that looks is in the form of some sort of hearing. So they're entitled to some sort of hearing before the government can take action against them. We also can look back at some more recent history, which is really a post 9/11 world. So traditionally, Congress has delegated most immigration authority to the Attorney General as the head of the Immigration and Naturalization Services. Does anybody remember INS or remember hearing that acronym at some point in their lives? Yeah. So INS used to be the body within the executive branch that would enforce immigration laws. And so they would have a prosecutor at INS, and they would bring you in front of an immigration judge who also worked for INS. After 9/11, this whole structure really went up into flames and everything changed. And so with 9/11, you had the creation of a new body within the executive branch called the Department of Homeland Security, or DHS. So INS, we got rid of it. And we know that the delegations that were previously delegated to the head of INS are now delegated to either the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General. Does anybody know who the Secretary of Homeland Security is? Anybody who keep up with the news? Kristi Noem. Yes, that's right. Does anybody know who the Attorney General is? Pam Bondi. That's right. So just making sure that we all know, at least on a very brief level, who it is we're talking about here. So you might hear me say this word throughout the presentation, and the word is removal. So removal is the fancy legal term that we use for deportation. The reason we don't use the term deportation is because before 1997, U.S. immigration law was really split into two different legal procedures as to how we keep somebody out of the United States. We either excluded them from coming into the United States when they arrived at a port of entry, or we deported them from the United States once they were already here. The problem that Congress encountered in the mid-1990s, or at least the problem that Congress had with the number of undocumented immigrants at the time, was that a lot of people would enter the United States undocumented. And so the government had to give them all these presumptions and this treatment associated with being put in deportation proceedings rather than exclusion proceedings. So instead, Congress scrapped that completely and consolidated the two things. They put exclusion proceedings and deportation proceedings, which used to be two different things, into one, and now we just call it removal proceedings. They created a whole new legal term. So we have the words exclusion, deportation, removal. All these words mean different things legally. Another term that I decided not to put up here for the sake of not creating more confusion was an expulsion under Title 42, which was a pandemic era authority that was used under the Biden administration and certainly under the Trump administration to prevent immigrants from coming into the United States on public health grounds. And so you have all sorts of different terms being used. The one we're going to use today is removal. That's the legal term we are going to use to talk about the ways in which the U.S. government removes somebody from the United States. And a brief little introduction on sources of authority. In immigration law, we don't just use the Constitution. We don't just use a short book that has all the immigration laws in it. We use a whole bunch of different kinds of authorities. We have statutes that Congress has passed primarily in the form of the Immigration and Nationality Act or the INA. We have judicial opinions from either the Supreme Court or other courts. And we have regulations because we know that the executive branch has to actually carry out the laws that Congress passes. And so we have regulations listed there. We also have administrative law decisions. So when somebody gets ordered deported or removed from the United States, they can appeal their decision up to the Board of Immigration Appeals, and they can issue what's called a BIA precedent decision. So you see that there, the second bullet point on the right-hand side. What's really interesting is that the Attorney General for the United States can take any Board of Immigration Appeals case and refer it to herself and issue a decision completely on her own volition. And so we call those Attorney General precedent decisions. A good example of that is listed there under matter of Castro-Tum. You can see that the citation is different. It says AG 2018 as opposed to BIA 2014. The AG decisions hold more weight than the BIA decisions. And then you also have administrative memorandum, presidents issue proclamations, memos all the time, which decide the future of many immigrants. This is an intimidating chart. We're not going to go through every single part of it. So does anybody remember from high school what the 3 branches of government are? Anybody want to shout one out?
Judicial, executive, court.
Judicial, executive, legislative. Yes, that's right. There we go. So those are the 3 branches of government, and they all have different functions. So Congress, as we know, passes laws. They write laws. And then the executive branch enforces the laws. The judicial branch is there whenever there is a disagreement as to how the executive branch has implemented Congress's regulation or Congress's statutes. And so we have those 3 different branches of government there. Whenever you have somebody who is going through deportation or removal proceedings, the chief prosecutor in their case is going to be Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And you can see them there, ICE. They work under the Department of Homeland Security. And they're going to take you in front of an immigration judge. Does everybody see the immigration judge? It's at the bottom of the center there. Do you notice, who does the immigration judge work for? The DOJ. Now, who does DHS work for? Who does the Secretary of Homeland Security work for? The executive branch, the president. Who does the Department of Justice work for? The president. So, in your removal proceedings, somebody who is facing deportation from the United States, their prosecutor and their judge will work for the same branch of government. This blows a lot of people's minds because they think immigration courts are probably part of, our regular court system. They're so distant from it. You can physically see it on the chart right there. So we're not talking about formal immigration judges. We're really talking about administrative law judges who handle these kinds of issues. So already you can see some of the reasons why immigration law is so different from criminal law or civil law as we might imagine it. And you might wonder why it's so different. So let's look at some of the policy rationales. The first reason why immigration law is so different is because our authorities in the United States, our understanding of immigration law, essentially thinks that immigration removal is not punitive. In other words, they don't see it as a punishment. You being deported from the United States is not considered the same thing as you receiving a prison sentence or even a $100 fine. The $100 fine triggers certain constitutional protections that immigration removal simply does not. And so immigration law is different because it's not considered punitive. You can see that there from an oral argument that I listened to a while back ago on a case called Sessions versus DiMaia. And it's from the former U.S. Deputy Solicitor General. He says that immigration removal is not a punishment for past conduct. It operates prospectively on the basis of the application on standards adopted by Congress, under which an alien is regarded as no longer conducive to the safety and welfare. In other words, Congress is deciding ahead of time who we want to allow to stay in the United States. We're not punishing anybody for anything that they did. The second reason why it's so different is because most forms of immigration relief are considered discretionary. In other words, the president doesn't have to give you any immigration benefits. They don't have to stop you from being deported. They may give you certain immigration benefits, and that's the key word there is may. Most of these statutes use the word may. The Attorney General or the Secretary of Homeland Security may grant certain immigration benefits, but they don't have to. And because they don't have to, there's less constitutional safeguards there to protect that interest. Some key exceptions that you might want to note here. There's 2 that I identified. There's 2 immigration benefits that are found within our immigration statutes that if the immigration judge finds them present, they must give you protection from deportation. The first one is withholding of removal under INA 241, and the second one is temporary protected status. How many of you have heard of temporary protected status lately? TPS. It's been in the news quite a bit. So if you are deemed to be eligible for temporary protected status or TPS, the immigration officers shall not remove you. They have no discretion. They cannot deport you. The only way they can is if they take away your TPS. But as long as you have TPS, they shall not deport you. Now, I went in reverse order there. I'm going to go back to the first one, withholding of removal. You think you maybe haven't heard of this one. Has anybody heard the name of Kilmar Abrego Garcia lately? So that's the key immigration benefit in the case of Mr. Abrego Garcia. Mr. Abrego Garcia was a Salvadoran gentleman who claimed asylum from being removed to El Salvador a long time ago, and the immigration judge essentially found that he was not eligible for asylum. But the next best thing that the immigration judge had to give him was withholding of removal. With withholding of removal, Mr. Abrego Garcia should not have been deported. Well, he can be deported. He just cannot be deported to one country in the world, and that's El Salvador. And that was the key issue in that specific case, is that the government did the one thing that they essentially were not legally allowed to do. And so that's part of the controversy in that case there. The third reason is national security. So we live in a post-9/11 world, and we know that now that immigration law is not solely focused on humanitarian reasons. It's not solely focused on family unity. We know that there is a national security emphasis involved as well. There's a specific statute of the Immigration and Nationality Act called INA 212F, which allows the president to suspend the entry of any alien or any classes of alien as he may have discretion. And in fact, President Trump did use this authority back in 2017 when he issued the travel ban against certain Muslim-majority countries. And so there was a Supreme Court case called Trump versus Hawaii, which allowed him to evoke that authority in that specific circumstance. So it's quite a broad delegation there. And finally, you have foreign policy reasons. So this is also apparent in the Abrego Garcia case. As we know, the Supreme Court of the United States decided to affirm a district judge's decision to order the federal government to facilitate the return of Mr. Abrego Garcia to the United States. But what the Supreme Court did note in their opinion, and the administration has latched onto this quotation, is that the court has to give deference to the executive branch. The reason why the executive branch deserves deference is because the United States is essentially dealing with citizens of other countries. So there's foreign policy issues at play there, in which case the courts probably should give some deference to the President of the United States so that the US can speak with one voice per se. All right, so those are all those rationales. Let's get into the actual mechanics. So when somebody gets detained by ICE, here's what happens first and foremost. Generally, ICE has to issue what's called a warrant for arrest of an alien. Any criminal law practitioners here? See a couple of hands, handful of hands. So one really different way in which immigration law, in which there's contrast in immigration law compared to criminal law, is that in the immigration context, ICE agents can sign their own arrest warrants. So they can issue and sign their own arrest warrants, and they can issue those based off of any reasons they might have for why a person can be detained for removal purposes. And so what often happens when folks get picked up by ICE for some sort of state criminal law violation, say a DUI, they get booked into jail, and ICE will sometimes issue what's called an ICE hold. So they'll ask the facility to hold the immigrants for 48 hours while ICE goes in and picks them up. So a lot of immigrants, when they pay their state bond for their criminal charges, they often are held still. And the reason they're held is because ICE might issue an ICE detainer on them. And so depending on the circumstances, it might not be worth it for the immigrant to pay their state court bond because there's an ICE hold there anyway, which might prevent them from being released in the first place. The second thing that happens is that ICE conducts an intake. They will usually interview the immigrant, and they create what's essentially a rap sheet in the immigration context. It's called a Form I-213. It's a police report. They look at the immigrant's entire immigration history, and they find a reason to put them in removal proceedings. And then the last thing that happens is that ICE will decide whether to issue no bond, a bond, or simply release the immigrant on their own recognizance. In other words, let them go free and just trust that they'll show up in court. And then usually that leads to what I like to refer to as a little side quest in the immigration context. So if the non-citizen is unhappy with the custody determination that ICE has made, they can ask for an immigration judge to make a new decision on whether or not the immigrant deserves some sort of bond. The immigration judge is going to look at two different factors: whether they are a flight risk, in other words, what is the risk of them not coming back to another hearing, and whether they are a danger to the community. If they are a flight risk, it's still possible for the immigration judge to give them a bond, but they might require the immigrant to pay a really high bond. And if they're a danger to the community, the immigration judge can't give any bond whatsoever. So once there is a hearing on whether or not there should be a redetermination of bond or custody, the immigration judge has a decision to make. They can either affirm the initial custody determination that ICE made, or they can make a totally new decision. So the immigration judge can order a new bond, or they can make it so that ICE has to lower the bond, but it can't be anything less than $1,500. And there's no higher limit there. One way in which deportation bonds are different from criminal bonds is that criminal bonds usually only have to be posted at a certain percentage amount. Immigration bonds have to be paid in full. And so usually that makes them a little bit cheaper compared to criminal bonds. They can usually be anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000. They can certainly be higher, but they have to be posted in full. How many of you have heard of the Laken-Riley Act? So the Laken-Riley Act is a law that was passed very recently. As you can see up here, this is the statute that is used to determine mandatory detention in the United States. So an immigration judge, when they hold a bond hearing, here are the individuals that they cannot order bond for. Okay, the judge has no authority to issue bond under. I'm not going to go through every single one, but I did want to highlight the Laken-Riley Act provisions. So one misconception that I hear a lot is people hear Laken-Riley Act and they think, oh, the Laken-Riley Act made it easier to deport people or created a bigger category of people that can't be deported. That's technically wrong. The Laken-Riley Act simply made it so that more immigrants can be detained. But just because you are detained, that is not the same thing as the rest of your deportation proceedings. So under the Laken-Riley Act, if an immigrant has been charged with or is arrested for or is convicted of burglary, theft, larceny, shoplifting, assault on a law enforcement officer, or any crime that results in death or serious bodily injury, must be detained. So shoplifting was on there. And then finally, ICE chooses what to charge the immigrant with. So they have two different menus that they can choose from. The two different menus are INA 212 and INA 237. All you have to remember from those fancy codes is that INA 212 applies to people who have not been admitted into the United States, and INA 237 applies to people who entered lawfully in the United States. Who do you think gets treated better in our deportation proceedings? People who entered lawfully or people who entered unlawfully? Lawfully, yes, and that's exactly the case. So if you entered lawfully, you would get charged under INA 237, and you get all sorts of presumptions. The government has a bigger burden to overcome in order to be able to deport somebody. If you entered unlawfully, you're probably subject to INA 212, and so there's a larger menu, so to say, for the government to choose from. There's much broader categories, and the burdens don't rest on the government. They tend to rest on the immigrant. Now, this whole time, we've been operating under the assumption that the immigrant is going to have a chance to get a hearing before an immigration judge. There are circumstances that I have to mention in which an immigrant is not entitled to a deportation hearing. So those are the three broad categories of people that if they are picked up by ICE, they can be deported without a hearing. The first one is people with an outstanding order of removal. So this might be somebody who maybe missed their deportation hearing. Maybe they didn't know about it. Maybe they didn't receive proper notice. Maybe they just didn't show up and forgot about it after several decades. If an immigration officer picks them up, they can be deported by simply executing that outstanding deportation order. The second category is somebody who is subject to reinstatement. So this includes people who were previously deported from the United States and then decided to come back. The immigration officers in those circumstances don't have to give them a new trial. They can simply reactivate or reinstate the prior deportation order. And then finally, expedited removal. So this is the one that we have seen the most expansion under the new administration. So we're talking about people who were not admitted lawfully into the United States or didn't have valid immigration documents and who cannot show that they have been in the US for at least 2 years. These are individuals that can be deported without a hearing. What we've been seeing all across the country is that some people will go to their first deportation hearing, and when they get to their first deportation hearing, if they haven't been in the US for at least 2 years, the ICE attorneys will sometimes file a motion in court to dismiss the deportation case completely so that they can instead deport the immigrant using expedited removal. And so it's really interesting because then that essentially makes it so that the immigrant has to argue or oppose the motion to dismiss. And they're essentially asking the immigration judge, no, I want to be in deportation proceedings so that I at least can get a hearing, whereas the ICE attorney wants to end the deportation proceedings completely so that they can deport them without the hearing. It's super, super interesting. The key way to challenge administrative removal is that you have to show that you're scared to go back to your home country somehow. And that kicks into place a whole bunch of other different legal procedures that get extremely complicated depending on where you're at in this process. All right, so now let's talk about pleadings. Let's get into something that's a little bit more comfortable for people that are not familiar with immigration law. So the key pleading that initiates a deportation case is called a notice to appear, an NTA. And here are the things that they typically have to include. Nothing here is really out of the ordinary. The one I want to highlight the most is that the notice to appear under statute does have to include a time and place of proceedings. That sounds pretty straightforward, but for a long time, and even still to this day, a lot of NTAs are issued that don't contain a time and place of hearing. And so there's a whole bunch of case law talking about that. There's a case called Matter of Fernandez, which essentially says that even though an immigrant was issued a notice to appear that doesn't contain a time or place, that still gives the immigration judge jurisdiction to carry out the rest of the deportation proceedings. And so there's some controversy there that I think is worth noting. And it's really curious that an immigration judge can amend the notice to appear herself at ICE's motion in order to remedy a deficiency with the notice requirements. For example, if ICE says, yes, we acknowledge we didn't put a time or place on the notice to appear, maybe we included the wrong charges, rather than having the whole case be thrown out, an immigration judge can simply amend the notice to appear herself. All right, so what happens at the first hearing? At the first hearing, normally an immigration judge will inform the non-citizen of their rights throughout the proceedings. They're going to screen for language issues or competency issues, and they're going to take pleadings. If the immigrant doesn't have an attorney at their first hearing, most immigration judges, at least locally, will give the immigrant time to find an attorney before they take pleadings. So they'll usually give them at least one chance. And then at the subsequent hearings, you're going to have one of two different options. You're either going to get scheduled for a master calendar hearing, in which case the judge is simply following up with the case to see what's happening, or you're going to get set for an individual calendar hearing. This is our equivalent to a trial or a merits hearing of some sort. So the immigration judge is expecting to hear some sort of in-person testimony at the court. A brief should be filed, sworn declarations, a witness list, country conditions evidence. Do we have any law clerks? I heard there were some law clerks here. Okay, how many of you are working with the federal rules of evidence? A little bit? Can they be kind of annoying? Well, in the immigration world, they don't apply. We don't use the federal rules of evidence. And so that can be good and bad. Essentially, that just means that ICE is allowed to get their police reports into evidence as probative evidence for the case. But likewise, the immigrant can get a whole bunch of hearsay into it as well. And so there's pros and cons to it, but if you don't want to deal with the federal rules of evidence, immigration world might be for you. If you don't show up to your hearing, the consequences are going to be really, really bad. So what essentially happens if an immigrant doesn't show up to the hearing is that the ICE attorney in that moment will ask for a trial then and there. The immigrant is not there to oppose, and they're not there to present their trial evidence. And so what is the immigration judge going to do? They're going to order deportation. And so it's really important to advise folks to actually attend their hearings, to not avoid it.
Hey, I have a question.
Yes.
You said that sometimes on the initial filing or pleading, wherever they don't include the time and place.
Yes.
So then what happens if they don't know what the time and place is? If they don't attend.
That creates, that's a really complicated answer. Actually, you would think that the answer should be, well, the case should be thrown out or they should get a second chance. If you didn't get notice of the hearing, I'm always going to advise folks to look at chapter 5.9 of the Immigration Court Practice Manual. It's listed in that third paragraph there. It's got different ways in which you can essentially file a motion to reopen the case. One of the grounds for reopening is the failure to receive proper notice. But that's a really wonky territory right now. There's been a mix of good and bad Supreme Court decisions on that specific issue. But for right now, I would refer folks to the practice manual. There is a ground that allows you to reopen and to retry the case. But you're going to need some really strong evidence because that's what the government requires. Yeah, good question. If you're unhappy with how all of this worked and you want to take this up into federal court, proper Article 3 courts that we're all familiar with, you might not have the opportunity, depending on the case. So this is because Congress is allowed to engage in something that I don't like to say out loud because it sounds weird. It's called court stripping. But court stripping is a specific procedure that Congress is allowed to carry out under the Constitution. They can deprive federal courts of judicial review over certain administrative decisions. And so most deportation orders cannot be challenged in federal court. And that's why I have a dotted red line there. It's not a clean red line because it's not like you're not allowed to go into federal court. It's just that there's a little net there that allows what can go into federal court and what can't. Also, factual determinations that have to do with green cards, federal courts won't review them. It's because they're very discretionary, and because they're discretionary, they've been delegated to the Attorney General or the Secretary of Homeland Security. Judges shouldn't be allowed to second guess it. That's the, that's the thought process that Congress and the courts have used. So you can look at those decisions there. The good case here is Patel. The bad case there is Patel, and the good case is Wilkinson, if you ever need it for one of your cases. All right, let's jump into some contemporary issues. So, language access. A lot of immigrants don't speak English. They come from countries where English is not as common. Maybe they don't need to know it. But removal proceedings do take place in English, and interpretation must be provided under various Department of Justice memoranda. Locally, I would say the immigration court is pretty good about providing people with Spanish-speaking interpretation access, and so that tends not to be an issue in the local immigration court. The problem is a lot of immigrants, especially from Latin America, don't even speak Spanish, and so they might not have that same access to proceedings that take place in a language that they understand. I'm talking specifically about indigenous Mayan individuals who maybe speak a different dialect, and so those are folks who might be differently affected by some of the language procedures that are currently in place. Right to counsel. This all seems really complicated, so you think, how do I get a lawyer to help me out with all of this? Non-citizens in removal proceedings do have the right to an attorney at no expense to the government, so we don't have formal public defenders. And if you cannot secure private counsel, either pro bono or otherwise, you will be required to go through removal proceedings pro se, in other words, by yourself. However, there are some right to counsel principles that we get from the Constitution that might apply in removal proceedings. If you have a lawyer that really messes up your case, there might be a way for you to get another chance. The key case here is Matter of Lozada. It's a BIA decision from 1988. I'll highlight this as kind of your takeaway point for right to counsel purposes. Under Lozada, current BIA precedent requires immigration attorneys to file ineffective assistance of counsel claims or bar complaints against the prior attorney who messed up the case. So that's not required for criminal proceedings. It is required in immigration proceedings. And so there's some commentary out there that talks about how this isn't very good for the immigration bar. Imagine having to file bar complaints against your colleagues, your friends. It can be quite uncomfortable, but it's something that happens in immigration as a matter of course. And then this is going to lead to a little segue, but we're still talking about the right to counsel. Non-citizens in criminal proceedings, so we're talking now, again, criminal court, formal Article 3 courts, either in state law or federal court. They are owed certain Fifth Amendment duties, including advisals about the immigration consequences of any criminal pleas, findings, and sentences. So before you get your client to plea, if you know your client is a non-citizen of the United States, you might want to check to make sure you're not essentially leading them to plea to something that might have really bad immigration consequences for them. The main case that this comes from is called Padilla versus Kentucky, but Nebraska does have a specific statute that talks about Nebraska courts' duty to advise about immigration consequences of certain criminal pleas. So you can see that statute there. Like I said, this duty applies to both courts and also to attorneys in different ways. But I would say that most local public defenders here in Omaha are really well trained on this issue. So if you have any questions, you can talk to them. You can also talk to an immigration attorney if you know one before you lead your non-citizen client to plead to certain grounds. Do we have any Iowa attorneys here by any chance? Okay, in Iowa, the rules are a little bit different. I don't want to get the law incorrectly. This is purely based on what I've heard from other Iowa attorneys. I believe Iowa does have some requirements that make it so that you have to list some of those consequences in writing. So that's one way in which Iowa is a little bit different from Nebraska. So if you're practicing criminal law in Iowa with non-citizens, look into that. And if you have any questions here in Nebraska, a good starting point, if you're too embarrassed to ask anybody, is going to be Professor Rooser. Anybody know Professor Rooser at the Nebraska College of Law? He's a fan favorite. Professor Rooser does have a publicly available guide for criminal practitioners here in Nebraska. It lists most of the immigration consequences for a lot of the crimes that we deal with. So DUI, all sorts of domestic violence crimes, drug crimes. You're going to find the immigration consequences of a lot of those on his chart or on his publicly available guide. So in my opinion, it's a must read if you're doing criminal law with non-citizens. All right, so now that's going to lead us to talking about consequences of criminal conduct, because one thing that we certainly see in modern discourse about immigrants is that maybe immigration law should be enforced a lot more strictly because immigrants may be involved in criminal activity that the United States does not approve of. And so before we get into some of the complexities associated with that, I like to let people think about a specific hypothetical. So stay with me here. I promise it'll make sense, okay? So suppose there was a federal immigration law that said a non-citizen who engages in burglary is inadmissible and shall be removed. So burglary equals deportation. Sounds quite intrinsic, right? Sounds like it makes sense. So let's deal with the example of Abby. I hope there aren't any Abbies in this room, but Abby breaks into a car to steal jewelry. In some cases, Abby's conduct is criminalized as burglary. But if Abby commits the exact same conduct in another state, it might not be burglary if that state doesn't recognize vehicular burglary. Do y'all see kind of the mismatch here? So in other words, people in different states might suffer different federal immigration consequences solely due to the way their states have defined the crime. That doesn't sound very fair. Not even just whether we're dealing with immigrants or people who are citizens of the United States, it doesn't seem fair to punish people differently just based on the way their states have defined that crime. So to remedy this, we've developed what's called a categorical approach. So we take the crime, whatever it is, burglary, sexual assault, drug crimes, and we equalize them. In other words, we take the most generic definition of that crime and we compare it to the state law definitions. If this doesn't make sense yet, it's okay. I got somebody who can explain this a lot better than I can. So I'm going to exit the presentation here, and I'm going to pull up a video. I think it should be on. Oh, is it already up there? Oh, my bad. Okay, hopefully I get this right.
Categorical analysis of immigration consequences. Non-citizens can be deported or suffer other serious immigration consequences because of criminal convictions. These consequences often include deportation and can sometimes be surprising in their severity and disproportionality.
and it's not always intuitively clear when they will be applied. To find out whether a conviction will trigger immigration consequences, you have to look to the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA, the Federal Immigration Statute, and see whether the offense of conviction falls within any of the categories in the INA that trigger deportation or other consequences. The next question is how to determine whether an offense falls within one of these categories. To do this, courts use a categorical analysis. This means that the judge compares the elements of the state statute of conviction with the elements of the federal immigration category to see if the state elements are a match for, or if they are included within, the elements of the federal category. In other words, does every violation of the state statute necessarily involve a violation of the federal offense or fall within the federal category? If so, the state statute is a categorical match for the federal category, and immigration consequences will be triggered by the state conviction. On the other hand, if the offense of conviction criminalizes a broader swath of conduct than the immigration category, then the offense is considered overbroad. An overbroad offense is categorically not a match for the federal offense and can't be used to impose immigration consequences. The categorical analysis does not consider the facts of what the individual actually did. The actual facts of the case are irrelevant to the analysis. The only question is whether the minimum conduct required to convict someone under a particular offense necessarily meets all the elements of the federal offense category. The Supreme Court recently reaffirmed the categorical approach in a case called Decamp versus United States. Here's how the court used the analysis in that case. The first step was to define the elements of the federal offense that provided the standard for triggering federal consequences. A federal offense may be a statutory or a so-called generic offense, and you may find the elements in a federal statute, in case law, or even spelled out in pattern jury instructions. The key is to identify the elements that a jury must agree upon in order to convict someone of the offense. In the Decamp case, the Supreme Court was analyzing the federal generic offense of burglary. Federal case law defines the elements of generic burglary as an unlawful entry into a building or structure with the intent to commit a crime. In order for a state conviction to trigger federal consequences as a burglary offense, the state offense would have to meet all of these elements in every case. In Decamp, the Supreme Court compared a California burglary statute that had the elements of entry into certain specific locations with the intent to commit theft or a felony. The Supreme Court focused its analysis on the first required generic federal element, unlawful entry. There was no requirement under the California statute that the entry be unlawful. For example, the state statute covers an individual who lawfully enters a store but has the intention to shoplift there. The court found that the California statute prohibited all entries as long as there was a larcenous or felonious intent, regardless of whether the entries were lawful or not. As a result, the court concluded that the first state element swept more broadly than the corresponding federal element. In short, it was categorically overbroad, because the element of entry, which was not divisible, criminalized behavior that would not be prohibited under the federal definition. Because this element was overbroad, the court concluded that the California offense, even though it was called burglary, did not qualify as a federal burglary offense and did not trigger the additional federal consequences for a prior burglary conviction. The court made a point of emphasizing that it did not matter what Mr. Decamp had actually done in committing the crime. The question was a categorical one based on the elements of the state offense. Injustice.
I think that's good. We don't need to talk about concurrences. Okay, so I'm going to try to bring the mouse back. Here we go. Awesome. So I think that video does a good job of illustrating the different, and I'm going to have to zoom here through the different slides, but I think that video does a good job of explaining how all these crimes are going to have different immigration consequences, and it's not immediately obvious from simply reading a crime that sounds very violent in principle, whether or not it's going to have federal immigration consequences associated with it. So, we're almost there. So, content warning, I do have to say this up front. The next 4 slides-ish are going to contain some gendered violence as part of the case law associated with it. It's mainly because a lot of gender-based violence crimes tend to highlight the mismatch between the way states have defined some of these crimes, which have been modified very recently, and there might be some mismatch with the federal consequences associated with it. And so we're going to be talking about some of those. If you need to step away, feel free to. It's not going to offend me. Before we head into that, I like to just provide people a little lighthearted meme here. So you might have some agreement between immigration lawyers and, funny enough, some Second Amendment lawyers when it comes to the categorical analysis. And it's because in the Second Amendment context, you're talking about people who might not be allowed to own a firearm, maybe because they committed some sort of state criminal law violation. For example, domestic violence under state criminal law, and then the federal government is charging them with unlawfully possessing a firearm with that predicate state offense. So Second Amendment lawyers in that circumstance would also use the categorical analysis. And so that's where you have the unity between Second Amendment lawyers and immigration lawyers in using the categorical approach. So let's look at some specific examples here. The first one I like to highlight is federal bank robbery. So we're talking about the case of United States versus Burwell. This just came out late last year. And we have the issue of a crime of violence. If you commit a crime of violence, that is a federal criminal consequence, and it has federal criminal penalties associated with it. So the question was, does federal bank robbery constitute a crime of violence? Well, then you'd wonder, what is a crime of violence? A crime of violence under years of case law is defined as something that has that involves the use of physical force. So does federal bank robbery in every circumstance involve the use of physical force? It doesn't. Why? Because one of the ways in which you can commit federal bank robbery was merely through extortion. You can walk up to the teller, hand them a note, and say, I will do this, that, or the other if you don't give me the money. That does not involve the use of force. Those are simply words. That's you writing something. That's you saying something. That's extortive. It is not necessarily physical in nature. Therefore, it is.
I will kill you.
The facts do not matter. The facts do not matter in the categorical analysis. Yes. But in the categorical analysis, like we learned from the video, we don't care about the specific facts of a case. We only care about the elements of the crime and the elements of the federal consequences associated with it. And the elements of federal bank robbery don't always require the use of physical force, as in the case of extortion, whereas crimes of violence necessarily involve the use of physical force associated with it. So, another example, Montana. Montana has a statute, like many do, that criminalize the use of, I believe it was assault. Yes, it was assault under Montana code there. So Montana criminalizes assault like all states do. And one of the ways you can commit assault in Montana is through verbal conduct alone. For example, by subjecting somebody to a public tirade of insults or emotional abuse. That's really terrible. That sounds intrinsically like a terrible thing. However, what did we say about crimes of violence? They necessarily involve the use of physical force. A public tirade of insult or emotional abuse against somebody, maybe more so the public tirade of insults, I think that better illustrates it, does not necessarily involve the use of physical force. Therefore, a person convicted of assault under Montana law has not committed a federal crime of violence. It does not have federal consequences attached to it. Why? Because Montana has defined their assault statute broader than the federal crime of violence definition. Remember, the facts don't matter, only the elements do. And I'm not going to make anybody incriminate themselves with the last example. I don't know marijuana like that, so I don't know what federal cannabis sativa L is. What you have to take away from this, from the case of Salinas versus Bondi, it's a case from this year, so it's very recent, and it comes from the 8th Circuit, which has jurisdiction over Nebraska. Congress has decided to impose criminal penalties in the Controlled Substances Act for the drug cannabis sativa L. And most states don't just criminalize cannabis sativa L, they criminalize indica. I don't see, this is why I get lost because I don't know marijuana like that, truthfully. So states have decided to criminalize more species of cannabis than the Controlled Substances Act. And so what the argument was in this case, well, then that means Nebraska, or whatever case you take, their statutes are overbroad compared to the federal definition under the Controlled Substances Act of marijuana. And what the 8th Circuit suggested in that case, they didn't make too much of a conclusive finding, but what they suggested in that case is, yes, that might be the case, but when Congress decided to criminalize cannabis sativa L, they were really talking about all kinds of marijuana. So in the 1990s, where, we didn't have a great understanding, we didn't do a whole lot of research on this stuff. So therefore, here are the federal consequences associated with it, and states that criminalize maybe more species of marijuana, we're going to act as if they've criminalized the same categories of marijuana that Congress has also decided to penalize. So again, that's not a conclusive decision. You should definitely read it for yourself. That specific part of the analysis is only like 1 paragraph long, which is why it's considered dicta at best, but it's worth checking out. I think it highlights really well the categorical analysis. Chevron deference. Anybody in law school or just graduate in recent years? Chevron deference. That was an interesting one to hear about in, was it administrative law? Anybody know what happened to Chevron recently? It died. Chevron deference died. If you didn't know what Chevron deference was a principle that courts implemented over the years. Specifically comes from the case of Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, I think is what it's called. But basically, courts would defer to reasonable legal interpretations of law. They would defer to the executive agencies when it comes to the interpretation of that law. The Supreme Court took that power back. We're no longer deferring to agency heads. We're going to let judges decide what the law is. And that specific case that got rid of it was Loper-Bright. And so in the immigration world, as a practical matter, what this means is that courts no longer have to defer to the Attorney General or to the Department of Homeland Security when interpreting immigration law. They can interpret the law for themselves. People think that could be a good thing. I disagree. I think it can be a good or bad thing, depending on the judge you get. So you have to argue the law fresh in front of your judges, but you no longer have to defer to agency heads from these two specific departments. And so it's a good opportunity for lawyering, I think. And there's one specific case from the 8th Circuit, which again governs Nebraska, which actually explicitly took a hammer at Chevron deference if you don't think Loper-Bright already did so. So in this specific case, the court said, we no longer treat the government's views as controlling or even especially informative. Deference to the Board of Immigration Appeals, in other words, is now a relic of the past. You can't get any more clear than that. We no longer do Chevron deference, especially in the immigration context. Almost done here. The last one we're going to cover here is the Alien Enemies Act. So the Alien Enemies Act, switching gears completely, is a law that hasn't been used very often throughout American history, but it was actually originally passed in the early years of the United States. I believe it was in the late 1790s, but essentially Congress was concerned with the presence of British individuals who were still lingering around the United States, and so in anticipation of weeding out some of those spies or foreign enemies, the United States passed a law which made it easier to remove those folks from the United States. I did my best to kind of just highlight in bold some of the key terms in the Alien Enemies Act. So there has to be some sort of declared war or an invasion or predatory incursion by any foreign nation or government. And what that essentially leads to, upon the president's proclamation, is that all natives, citizens, denizens, or subjects of the hostile nation, at least 14 years old or older, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies from the United States. Why are we talking about a law from the 1790s? Because the new administration has invoked that law in the case of Venezuelans. So Venezuelan men over the age of 14 who entered unlawfully might be deemed as alien enemies under the Alien Enemies Act. What we do know is that there is at least one court that has disagreed with the administration's current invocation with regard to Venezuelan men who are over the age of 14. But in the time that I prepped this presentation and that I am now speaking to you, there have been other courts that have come out against that. And so I would encourage folks to read some of those cases that are out there. There's a clear circuit split on this, and so it's probably going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. All we know that the Supreme Court has said so far on this is that you should probably give people some due process before you carry out that deportation. And then it's up to you to kind of decide whether or not the government has complied with that. But it's going to take years, or at the very least several months, to resolve this legal dispute. And that's really it. We have about 4 minutes for me to answer any questions. I know that was all very dense material. Folks might have some more questions based on the subjects that I covered here. But does anybody have a question they'd like to ask, either about the reason why immigration law is this way, the agency heads, the history of it, deportation mechanics? Yes.
You talked about how in the proceedings, judges, at least locally, will give you a chance to find legal representation with the cases where minors, I mean, 8 or 12 are deported. Is there any kind of like guardian appointal process that people are looking into?
No. So the answer to your question is no. There are no like formal guardians ad litem that exist in the immigration sphere. We know that under the previous administration, there was a special directive called the Friend of the Court program, which allowed for immigration judges to host certain attorneys that would just sit in the courtroom and act as friends of the court. So they wouldn't formally represent some of these children, but they would at least walk the children through the proceedings, sometimes physically walk them into the courtroom and tell them, hey, this is what's going to happen. The judge is going to ask for your name, your address, and the language that you speak, and whether your parents have talked to a man in a suit, because children don't know what lawyers are. And that was one of the things that first gotten rid of under the new administration. And so there's no longer a front of the court procedure that exists in the Omaha Immigration Court. There's a Jon Stewart bit from a couple of years ago that talked about this, but yes, there have been strings of different leaders within the Board of Immigration Appeals that have explicitly said on the record, I talked to my 3-year-old child about deportation court and they fully understood it. And so a bunch of immigration lawyers start filming themselves talking to their kids and being like, do you have a judge? And then they're like, what's a judge, right? And then just started eating Cheetos. And so it's really interesting. That's the best I could say out of it. Of course, I have my biases because I'm an advocate. But for purposes of this room, I'm going to be objective here and just tell you what the law is and what's going on. Yes.
Have you experienced separation of parents and children?
Absolutely. Yeah. That
Here in Nebraska?
Yes. Yeah. And that isn't new. That was something that we've seen across different administrations. So that's not necessarily a new development. But yeah, there might be circumstances in which a child has a different deportation case that is completely separate from their parents. And there might be a situation in which the parent is not eligible for immigration relief, but the child is. And so there might be a separation there, or vice versa. Maybe the parent qualifies for an immigration benefit that the child is no longer eligible for. Some of those separations are made on purpose for maybe there might be a strategic reason for wanting to separate the cases. But to answer your question, yes, that absolutely does happen, in which there are separations. And the separations can occur at the border too. They don't necessarily have to happen at the end of the case. Sometimes parents are split from their children when they first arrive into the United States. That tended to happen more under The first iteration of the Trump administration doesn't happen as much anymore because there was so much public backlash on that specific issue. But certainly can happen at the border and definitely does happen at the conclusion of removal proceedings. Any other questions?
So I'm curious with the, let's say that you have a U.S. citizen kid, right? And the parent or not, and they choose, they're 2 years old or something, and they choose to keep the kid with them, then they are deported. What does it look like for the kid when they come of age to come back to the U.S.?
They can come back to the United States because they're U.S. citizens and they're entitled to live in the country of their nationality. That does happen. There's really good documentaries that document those specific stories. I will say there are some media headlines that are a little bit irresponsible when it comes to reporting on issues like that, because they might say 2-year-old U.S. citizen child was deported, and you look into it and maybe it's because the parent was deported and there's nobody else for the child to be in custody of here in the United States. So the parent will take the child, and the headline might be that the child was deported when that wasn't really what happened. So certainly there are examples in which U.S. citizen children are removed along with their parent. Again, I'm using the word removed in not its legal terminology, but just as a matter of course, they are removed along with their parent. They can come back to the United States because they're U.S. citizens. They don't lose their citizenship. Yes, I think this will be the last question. Yes.
Maybe that same question, but if the child was not born in the U.S., does current law treat their initial entry, even though it's at 1 or 2 years old, as an unlawful entry and not as the immigration conflict?
Yes. Yes, that is absolutely the case. Yeah. There's some caveats there, but yes. I don't want to get into a whole discussion about, because I can give you a very messy answer when it comes to that. But for all intents and purposes, definitely screen it out. It's good to issue spot if you encounter it. All right. Well, thank you, everybody.